Okay, live streaming.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Rachel Reese toku inga, ko Roti Kura Mātua whakatū. Nā mai, haere mai. Welcome to you all to this council meeting. Good to see you all present on Zoom. We're at level 2. So our meetings are live streamed on Zoom, and when we get back to maybe next week, we may be able to get back into the council chamber, but we'll update the public as we go. We'll open today's meeting with karakia. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa punamu te moana. Hia huarahi ma tātou I te rangi nei, aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou I a tātou katoa. Hui e, kai ki e. Kia ora, welcome to you all. Nice to see you here on Zoom again. We have 2 youth councillors joining us today, so a really warm welcome to Astrid and to James. Nice to see you. Really good to have you along to our meetings, and they're slightly different format, but I think something that you're probably reasonably familiar with. So just a housekeeping for today. Usual protocols on Zoom. Robin is managing the Zoom, and Elaine is here as the governance advisor taking the minutes. Please a reminder just to use your use the reaction raise hand function if you want to speak, and then if you could try and remember to put it down, that would be great. If not, Robin will be there just taking your hand down for you, but if you could remember to do that, that would be great. We're going to do voting today. We will use our voting function like we did the other day, so the tick and cross function. I think that's the best way to do it for voting. We will be taking regular breaks during the meeting, so on, usually every hour, I think we'll be taking a break, and I will be most likely handing across to part of the meeting for Councillor Fulton to chair, but we'll just see how we go with technology today. I know that Councillor Fulton's just got she's got a new screen and set up at her place, so we'll just see how that goes, and if we have any problems, we might just need to take a quick adjournment to get things back on track, or she may hand the chairing back to me. So welcome to you all, and welcome also to our independent member of the committee, Glenys Payne. It's good to have Glenys with us as well. I do have an apology today from Councillor Edgar, and just check, are there any other apologies, or does anyone else need to leave? Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll need to leave at 10:30.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Noonan, are you signalling to me? Are you able to use the raise hand function?
I can, but it takes me a while to find it and get it, because I've got, it's just a challenge. So it does take me a moment. Look, I just wanted to say that I'm going to have to go whenever somebody arrives at the door, because I'm expecting somebody to do some work and I'm the only one here. So if I disappear, that's probably why, and I'm not sure when it will be. All right, if you can just I'll let you note in the chat box to let us know that you've gone, that would be great. Thank you. So I'll just move that we accept Councillor Edgar's apology. Do I have a seconder? If you could just seconded by Councillor Noonan. All those in favour? I think this one we can just do by a thumbs up or by hand, because it's pretty straightforward. Happy with that? Yes. That is anyone against? That's carried. Thank you. So moving on, in terms of the order of business today, we do have a public forum attendance today, and we have Brenda McQuillan, who is here on behalf of the advisory group, the Ministry of Health, Preventing and Minimising Gambling Harm, Lived Experience. And I'll welcome Brenda to our meeting. Kia ora, Brenda.
Kia ora.
Welcome to our Zui today. Good to have you here.
Thank you very much.
And look, I'll hand over to you. It's an opportunity for you to speak today, and we've allocated 10 minutes for your presentation, and there may be some questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Kia ora koutou, everybody. Ko Brenda Takuingawa. So I am a problem gambling harm minimisation advisor and lived experience. So it was about 1992, I first gambled on a pokie machine over in Australia, actually. And it happened quite quickly that I became really quite addicted to them, basically. So I'd seen them in New Zealand. They hadn't really been very interesting to me. I had a partner, he played them, so then I played them. Then I started to play them by myself. And when I say play, I shouldn't say play, gambled. I gambled on them myself. Fairly quickly, I was gambling money that I couldn't afford. I had a child, I returned to New Zealand, and everything was pretty okay. I was going along, tracking along quite well. Then I started, I went to Nelson Polytechnic. I became the president of the student association there, and that was quite stressful. And so I started to gamble again. And it was, if I can describe it as that when I would go and gamble, say it was on a Friday night, so my dad would look after my daughter, I'd actually get dressed up and I would have that excited sort of butterfly feeling that you get when you're going on a date, because that's sort of how it felt for me. And I would go out and I would gamble. At that time, maybe I would spend probably $80 on that evening out, which was definitely more than I could afford. So what was essentially happening then was that bills weren't being paid. And this just escalated. It got worse and worse. And it then got to the point when I started to commit theft to support this addiction. And I stole from the student association. And I so deeply regretted that. I regretted the impact it had on my family. I regretted the impact it had on the staff at the student association. I was charged with that crime. I went to court. I was at that point, I think I was about in my late 30s. I hadn't even got a speeding ticket at that point. It had just never happened. So for me, it was the rock bottom. It really, really was. And yet I still continued to gamble, which was what was the crazy thing. So when I started to go to court, when I knew I had to go to court, I sought the help. I actually took myself along to the, what was the AOD clinic on Kawai Street, and I saw Dr. Phil Townshend, and that began our relationship as a counsellor. I got on the wagon. I was gamble free for about a year. Unfortunately, I went back to it again. The second time of gambling after a year, it was really bad. I was spending every cent I had. I would come home in the afternoons after having gambled all my money away, and I'd actually turn the light on in my house in the middle of the day just to check that the electricity was still on. I was evicted from a property. The financial harm, I'm finally just starting. I think I've paid off all my debt from that about last year. So that's how long it stayed with me. The emotional harm, so that I wasn't present for my daughter because I was constantly worrying. I was just in this state of heightened anxiety, and to stop gambling was so hard. People would say, well, just stop it. It's not like alcohol. It's not like drugs. You're not taking it, but it really is. Neurobiologically, and this is where Dr. Phil came in, he explained to me when that switch sort of went on in my head, it's that same pleasure pathway that alcohol and marijuana takes. So it is that addictive, and the harm is that high. So finally, by about 2004, I'd had enough. So I went and saw Dr. Phil, and I was the first person in New Zealand to self-exclude under the Class 4 venues. So you could have previously self-excluded from casinos, but in 2004 March, under the Gambling Reform Act, I was able to self-exclude, and that saved me. It absolutely saved me, because I used to need three things to be able to go and gamble. Time, I worked nights, my daughter at school, money, and cigarettes, because I smoked back then. So when payday would come, I would try and put all these measures in place that I wouldn't go and gamble, that I wouldn't go and sit in front of these machines. And the feeling of my blood pressure was high, my mouth was dry, my anxiety, it was just like having a panic attack until I sat in front of that machine. And that's the only way I could get rid of it. After I self-excluded that first Tuesday that was payday, those feelings were gone. It absolutely saved me. It really, really did. And it's why I'm so passionate now about speaking around policies for territorial licensing authorities. You guys really do have a lot of power, and I really, really hope that you look at the sinking lid. The measurement of harm is really difficult. I know a lot of the quotes that come out from the industry, for example, and trusts, is that it's only 1.5%, 0.4%. But that's using an addiction measurement model that is looking at the addiction of behavior. It doesn't actually look at the financial harm. So you could be what you would call perhaps a mild to moderate gambler, but the financial harm is still actually really, really high. You're still using money that you just can't afford. So my recommendations are that the council does adopt the sinking lid policy, that you do keep the 100 metres away from an ATM, that and I realise that there is a cost to you looking at the special consultative process. However, when you weigh out the cost compared to the harm to the community and the harm to the individual, and I think that's another thing, is what is that harm? Changing, I know that you've within the policies it's around community responsibility, but I think if we start to look at it more as prevention of harm to individuals, that's how it's used within the national bodies. So I sit on I've been on Ministry of Health and DIA expert advisory groups for the last 17 years and have helped work on national strategic plans around harm minimisation and prevention. And I think that's one a really good word to be able to use. So I see these hands up, so I'll pause.
Kia ora, Brenda, and thank you for your courage and honesty in telling your story.
You're welcome.
We're open for questions. The first question is Councillor Sansom.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kia ora, Brenda, and I'd just also like to acknowledge your experience and your courage in stopping gambling and sharing your story and all the work that you're doing in the community now and to reduce harm. I think you've covered off. I had a question really around the extent of financial harm, but you've spoken to that. So my question really is that as policymakers, we have in front of us the option of, I guess, going for a sinking lid policy. Are there other strategies or mechanisms that you think we should be considering at local government level to try and reduce harm and community harm?
Yeah, I think there is actually one that I've been thinking about a lot over the last few years that I've been involved in this, because all the TLAs, so the councils, districts, councils, the territorial licensing authorities are so broad and so spread out, and the policies really do vary. And I've done some research alongside of Problem Gambling Foundation, and what they found is that those territorial licensing authorities that have a less robust gambling policy actually see more financial harm per capita within their areas. So I've always thought that if in some way the different councils could get together and actually approach government as a whole to look to get more power to be able to put policies in place. We know that there are the government regulations and they're underneath the Gambling Act. However, host responsibility comes to mind. The variation of, I know when I was gambling, I was never once asked when I would go up to those to the ATMs EFTPOS so many times. And if licensing authorities could actually have that responsibility as well. So that's sort of two areas that I would be supporting the council to do.
Thanks so much, Brenda. I appreciate that. No more questions.
I'll move on to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Brenda. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. A few questions from me. First of all, there are lots of forms of gambling in society that we're not focused on with the same level of concern that we're focused on pokies. Why do you think that is? Why are pokies more of a concern than other forms of gambling?
Well, national and international research has shown they are. And the really simple answer to that is, so if I go and buy a lotto ticket today, it's going to wait, I'm going to have to wait until Saturday to find out the result. So there's no sort of really big anticipation. There's no build-up of excitement. If I put a bet on a horse, it's going to take 20 to 30 minutes before I find out the outcome of that. If I get a scratchy, that is quite quick. So scratchies are something that Problem Gambling Foundation and other researchers are looking into. With electronic gaming machines, you push that button, you wait 6 seconds, you get that result. So that is just making that correlation within your brain. Oh, I pushed. Oh, wow, I got the result. I nearly got it. Look, I had those 3, those 2 were there, those 2 were there, and nearly missed. But look, the next push I'll do, it'll come up. So that's where that brain bit in your head turns on, and that's why they are so particularly harmful. I think it was John from Problem Gambling Foundation, his surname's gone out of my head, but he said they are the crack cocaine of gambling, and he was absolutely right.
Right, so it's that part, that instant hit, that makes them so addictive.
Absolutely.
Okay, next question through the chair. Some people, Brenda, say that if we stamp out pokies, this sort of gambling will go online, where there'll be less monitoring and therefore more harm. What's your response to that?
That's a possibility. It's but not a really high possibility for a lot of people who are gambling at the moment. So they go in with the FPOS card and they pull out the, $30, $50, $60, $100. Whereas to do it online, you've got to have not just an FPOS card, but a debit card. And I know particularly in my other mahi, there's actually a lot of the clients I work with do not have that debit part. You've got to have working internet. So those people that are particularly harmed by pokies may not have the internet available at home. So yes, there could be an increase, but it's not going to be to the level of harm that we see with having EGMs in our communities.
Okay, thank you. A couple of very quick questions, Madam Mayor, if it's okay, because this is an issue I care.
We're well over time, so if you can make them really brief, Councillor.
Thank you. So, Brenda, some people say we shouldn't reduce the number of poker machines in the community because there are community groups that rely on the funds that come out of those machines. What do you say to the people with that concern?
So the majority of the community groups in Nelson that get funds from those machines are sports clubs. They are the majority. I've actually got Problem Gambling Foundation created a piece of research for me from 2017 to 2018, and it showed exactly who got what, where, and when. Sports got 70% of the money that goes through pokies in Nelson. Community groups like so your kindergartens, health, they got the lowest spend. So they got something like sports were getting sort of 50,000, 60,000, 70,000. They were getting 4,000. So no, I don't think that community model works. If you have a sports foundation or a sports group, so people like, for example, the Breakers, they received $250,000 a few years ago from Lion Foundation, I believe it was. So if you've got those big numbers being spent in the community, that's not supporting that person who's gambling. The kindy that they may have their children at, they need the money. Unfortunately, the way to get those funding models, to apply for the funding, you need to have audited accounts, you need to have somebody who knows how to navigate their way through that, and those big sporting organisations have that.
Last question, super fast. Brenda, what message would adopting a sinking lid policy send, do you think?
I think it would show that Nelson City Council, as a licensing territorial authority, is taking harm minimisation and prevention very, very seriously, and they want what is best for their community.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor, and through you. Good to see you again, Brenda.
Hi.
And thanks very much for your presentation. A really quick question. Last time we did the review a couple of years ago, we introduced the cap on numbers in new venues. And we're the only council in the country, I believe, that's done that. Do you know what the impact of that has been from the user perspective?
It's definitely, I think, started to have some reduction in harm, but unfortunately, I think we need to keep that. It will take time for that harm reduction to start to trickle through. It's research has shown that larger venues with more machines in them, which is why the merge option terrifies me, are more attractive to people. The smaller venues definitely have that beginning, but it will take time for that research to come through.
And what about the geographical restrictions that we've got?
Unfortunately, because of the way Nelson is, even the city centre is still seen as a point of deprivation. So people will go there, and people, so for example, at Stoke, the turf, you know, you've got those huge areas of privation in there, and they're literally within walking distance. Okay. Richmond, you've also got big pockets of deprivation. So people will get to them. They'll make their way. So unfortunately, luckily, Nelson doesn't have those large areas of privation, but we still do have significant pockets.
Good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Brenda, thank you very much for coming to join our meeting today. We really appreciate that.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
Right, councillors, we'll now just cover a couple of housekeeping matters off that I didn't do earlier. Just the interest register or any interest matters for today need to be aware of. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Everybody probably knows I'm on the board of Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we do get funding from gambling.
All right. Well, I'll suggest that what you do is you we'll take an adjournment at some point, and I'll ask one of the officers just to have a conversation with you, Miss.
I've taken advice from the Chief Executive this morning, and we've talked it through. So I'm quite comfortable that I'm open-minded about it, but I just wanted to be on record that I do have that we do receive funds.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan. Councillor Rainey.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I also am on a charitable trust which receives funding from trusts involved in this industry, so I have a similar position to Councillor Noonan.
Councillor Rainey. Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, likewise, Madam Mayor. I'm a member of a Rotary Club, I think, that has received funds from gaming machines, but again, I was not directly involved with any of the applications or the proceeds.
Thank you, Councillor McGurk. Councillor Sansom.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm on the board at Nayland College, and I believe that Nayland College has received funding from organisations like the Lions Foundation, but again, I've had nothing to do with any applications or anything like that. I feel I can keep an open mind.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'd probably find that many of us, if we, more Councillor Bywater.
Well, good morning. I'm actually involved with a lot of community organisations, and to be perfectly honest, I too perhaps would have some sort of conflict, but I, as I say, because of the fact that I'm involved with so many different organisations and have been over the years, I wouldn't be able to list them all or be able to categorise them in such a way that I have an awareness that would mean that I would be having not an open mind on this as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, anyone else? No, it's quite a long list of where the funds have gone. So you probably find if you had a look at it, you'd have some association somewhere. But I think what we're determining is that there's probably a fairly shared interest around how we'd look at it. Right. Okay. So moving on now to the Mayor's report today. I haven't included a written Mayor's report, given we're running these every committee meeting through as a council meeting, just with our Zoom procedure. Probably just a update on moving through the different levels. The city was reasonably busy yesterday with people coming out and about. Great to see everyone wearing their masks and really good use of the COVID app for scanning into to shops and different places that people were going. Obviously, level 2 still creates quite a challenge for our hospitality and accommodation sector. I know that our accommodation sector have found this last lockdown extremely difficult, with ongoing fixed expenses and lease costs and other matters going out, but no income coming in, and their wages. Well, the wage subsidy helps a little bit. It really doesn't address the losses that they're carrying at the moment. So I'm particularly conscious of the impact on that sector, and be working with the Regional Development Agency and the Chamber of Commerce, looking at a regional approach also along with Mayor Tim King as to what the impacts are as we go through this next period. While Auckland is still in level 3, we know that it impacts our visitor sector quite significantly, and that's whether it is because we have got people who are not travelling for work and coming to stay in accommodation, or visitors coming into the region. So just very conscious of that. I know for the hospitality sector, they are also really struggling with the limit on patronage, and really having to think about the viability of being open. Just the challenging on distancing and table service adds to their costs. So very conscious of that situation. I know many have opened and they're really pleased to be back serving their public, but it is a challenge for that sector. We're looking quite carefully at this as we go through into summer, because we know that it could be a long run thing in terms of the impact of COVID-19 and these new restrictions, and also we're not uncertain how long it will take for Auckland to come down through their levels. The other factor that's been really prevalent is also the challenge around food, and we've got many families in the city at the moment that are being supported, and we talked about that last time. Again, the check-in that we had with Community and Whānau yesterday forum is that we're expecting that to go for some time, but just really appreciate all the people that are supporting our food banks and other organisations, and the businesses that are coming up with really good schemes to say, look, if you purchase from them, they'll make donations to the food bank. So please look out for those businesses and do support them. I'll move on now to, I think, handing across to Councillor Fulton. And Councillor Fulton, are you happy for me to hand the chair to you for the next part of the meeting?
Yes, that sounds good. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to take over chairing now, and I'll just briefly follow on from your chair's report. Sorry, I've just suddenly got text jumping up on my screen, and then that distracts me. Just picking up on sort of the awareness of this experience of level 4 and level 3 lockdown over the last few weeks. I think for many people, this time's been quite different perhaps to last time. Last time it was autumn time. It was there was some sort of pre-planning opportunity. It didn't take us perhaps quite by surprise as has happened this time, and I think many people have found this period of time far harder than they expected, even though you've done it before. So I'm hearing that quite a lot in the community. I think as well, businesses who were struggling through last year are struggling even more because it's happened again. And I just wanted to touch on everyone will be having different experiences in different ways. I had been away hoping to have a ski holiday and have not skied, but needed to be with my daughter who didn't have a home. And so, you know, we have lots and lots of different things going on in our personal lives which affect our ability to work and function well. And people who are trying to work from home are juggling that balance of being there for their families as well. So really thinking about everyone's experiences and how that might be affecting their mental health and their physical health. The other thing picking up is Environment and Climate Committee, you know, spending time in nature is one of the ways we really look after our well-being. And for those of us who love to walk, walking is something we can do during this period of time, but other people either like to be on water or they like to be in the greater outdoors. And so that can be really challenging as well if you haven't been able to connect with nature how you normally do. So taking time to be in nature as best as we can be is a really important part of looking after our well-being. So now I'm just going to move on to our item on our agenda. I think, unless anyone has any questions about to me and Rachel, I can't actually see raised hands, so that's going to be no raised hands. So I'm going to move on to item number 6, which is pages 6 to 29 of the agenda. And if everyone just bears with me, I thought I could set up Zoom on my computer, but it turns out my new computer doesn't have a camera. So I'm still on my phone for the Zoom. So hopefully you can all hear me. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. So item number 6 which is the Gambling Venues Policy Review. I think I will hand it over to Nikki to speak to this item first of all.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so we've had one staff member in the strategy team who has developed this report, but who left recently. They were a fixed term position. And so Michelle Joubert has kindly picked up this report and read up all the background. So she will introduce it and she and I can answer questions between us.
Thanks, Nikki.
Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to see all of you again after such a long time. So as Nikki said, we've done our gambling report, and as the report explains, we've done a review and also some pre-consultation, and the recommendation in the report is that we keep the policy as it is, unchanged. We do set out in the options section various options that council can consider, and so making a change to the policy is open to council, but any changes we make will bring with it a special consultative procedure. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Michelle. So I'm going to struggle to see hands raised. Oh, look, I can see it now. Okay, so I have Councillor Sanson and Councillor O'Neill-Stevens and Councillor Noonan. So that's the order I'll take the questions. Just before you start, Councillor Sanson, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions myself. Michelle, can you just remind me, when we went through this process in 2018, where we landed in terms of, most of you will be aware that I've supported the Sinking Lid, I think, through 3 reviews now, but where we landed last time, which was to take the cap from 273 down to 162, and I'm referring to 4.5 of the agenda, plus taking the number of machines from 9 to 5, has that effectively created a sinking lid?
Thanks, Kate. Yes, so those changes were made in 2018. The limit for new venues of a maximum of 5 machines is quite strict, and that, according to industry feedback, does have the effect of limiting new venues, because it's not cost effective to only run 5 machines. We've also seen a decrease in venues from 11 to 9 since the 2018 policy came into force. We did reduce the cap from 273 to 162, and at the moment we've got 140 machines operating in Nelson.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Sampson now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fulton, the Chair. Kia ora, Michelle. Thanks very much for the report. I'll just follow on from, I've sent my questions through, but I'll just quickly follow on from Councillor Fulton's question in regards to the, as we've read in the report, Nelson has quite a strict limit of only 5 machines for new venues. However, in the existing 9 venues that we have, the numbers of machines per venue are 18, 18, 18, 14, 9, 9, 18, 18, 18. So the reality is that we, even though we have a strict limit, we still have 9 venues with a large number of machines per venue. So I'm just wondering whether, with our current number of venues that we have, machines in the community of 140, whilst we have a cap of 162, is there an option for us to bring our cap down to 140, to the current number?
Through the Chair, yes, that is an option that Council can propose through the consultation process. But yes, absolutely, it's open to Council to reduce the cap.
Thank you. And then is there any mechanism, or is it correct, my understanding is that there is no mechanism to reduce the number of machines in existing venues?
Through the Chair, yes, so those venues, there are rules about when a venue's licence was applied for, and depending on which date that was, that has an effect on how many machines that venue can operate. So our maximum 5 is a limit that's in place for any new venues.
So any reduction to the existing number of machines at current venues that have licences is something beyond the purview of Nelson City Council? That would be some change that has to happen at a national legislative level, is it?
Through the Chair, yes, that's right. Of course, if those venues were to stop operating their machines or relinquish their licences, then those machines would disappear from Nelson. But from a regulatory point of view, that's not something that we can do through our policy.
Okay, thanks. So I've just got 2 other questions. So on page 27, Nelson Marlborough Health put up some, recommendations to us in regards to this policy, particularly around bringing our policy into alignment with the Tasman District Council policy. They noted some clauses that they thought would be good to have included. I know that we are moving in some other areas to try to have alignment between the 2 councils. Is that an option that we could consider through a more formal review or a consultation to have the policy amended and those clauses included?
Through the Chair, yes, those clauses can be considered through the consultation process. Yes, absolutely, there's no problem doing that.
And the same then would be around having a policy objective around minimising community harm from gambling?
Yes, that's right. The policy objective can also be changed. we'll just note that currently the social impact of gambling is something that's already built into the objective of our current policy.
Thanks. And then the last question is, I obviously didn't know very much about gambling venue policy before this report came to us. And so I did quite a lot of research over the weekend, and I'm aware that the Department of Internal Affairs has updated their strategic direction since 2020, and it's now focused on reducing community harm, and that there are 28 councils around the country that have already introduced a sinking lid, and 3 more that are in process with that. Do you think that if Nelson City Council decided not to introduce a sinking lid, that we could be at risk of kind of reputational risk for being seen to not be acting to reduce community harm from gambling, when the I guess local government trend from other councils and DIA trend and health professional advice is in this direction? Do you think there's reputational risk there for council?
Through the chair, it's quite a tricky question. I'll start by saying that our policy is quite a restrictive policy. We're the only council who has that maximum 5 limit for new venues. So in that respect, we're ahead of the rest. The other thing I'll also just note is that data that we've analysed, which was provided by the Problem Gambling Association, of 14 councils who have sinking lids. We looked at 7 of those who have had their sinking lids for a long enough period to be able to establish a trend, and only 1 out of those 7 has seen a reduction in the gambling spend. So whilst sinking lids do reduce the number of machines over time, they don't seem to be reducing the gambling spend, and that's a trend that is evident across New Zealand, despite many councils including a sinking lid in their policy.
Thanks, Michelle. No more questions. Councillor Fulton.
Thanks, Councillor Sansom. So just to clarify, Michelle, if you had a sinking lid, you wouldn't allow any new venues to open. So you wouldn't have a maximum number of machines in new venues if you had a sinking lid policy. So even though we're the only council in the country to have maximum number of 5 machines in new venues, if you had the sinking lid, you wouldn't open new venues. Is that correct? Just to be clear,
yes, that's
kind
right.
of like
So,
option 1 is you have no more than 5 machines at a new venue, but the other option is you have a sinking lid where there's no new venues at all.
yes, that's right. So sinking lid, as one venue closes, council doesn't issue a licence for any new society to open. So yes, that's right.
Okay, so it's much more straightforward in that regard. Okay, I'm going to move on to Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thanks, Kate. Kia ora, Michelle. Just wondering if we were to adopt, oh, sorry, I was trying to lower my hand, but the governance advisors beat me to it. Just around the work program implications of if we did choose to go out for an SCP towards a sinking lid. What are going to be the implications on the rest of the policy work program? Maybe Nikki's, yeah.
Is that all right if I answer that one, perhaps? Thanks. Yes, so I would just say that it would be a significant piece of work. An SCP is probably the most tricky of our consultations. They're quite legalistic. You need to set them out very carefully, so we get legal advice and they're quite difficult to construct. They're also not the easiest for the community to engage with, I would say. So it would mean that we would have to push out some other work to make space for an SCP out of the strategy team.
Okay. And then just around our current policy. So we've sort of discussed how it is difficult for a new venue to open, but nothing is currently preventing new gambling venues from opening in Nelson. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. Any new venue that applies does have to meet the policy rules, though, and so that actually makes it very difficult for a new venue to open here.
And so within our current cap is 162, and we've currently got 144 active licenses. So there's sort of a gap of 18. So technically, if they met the conditions of our policy, we could have 3 new gambling. Is that correct? We could have 3 new gambling venues, each with 5 machines open in Nelson under the existing policy.
Through the chair, yes, if they were able to meet the rules of our policy, then yes, technically we have room for 3 new ones.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just signal to you, Kate, that I wish to move an alternative recommendation. And I think Councillor Sanson is keen to second that, which you've received, and I'll circulate to councillors. Thanks.
Thank you.
Confirming that, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens. I just want to pick up on your questions. Nikki, you said some other pieces of work would have to be dropped. So which pieces of work would have to be dropped if this piece of work was picked up on?
Through the chair, that's something we would have to work out in consultation with the chairs, because of course strategy provides support for all of the committees in terms of developing strategies, and we've worked out through the LTP where the priorities lie. So we would have to be talking to the chairs of committees about changing their priorities for some pieces of work.
Okay, I think that's probably quite an important part of making a decision on the amendment today, because there's some very important pieces of work which we've been waiting a long time for. I can think of the smoke-free policy, for example, which I would be worried about them being dropped, having gone through this process in 2018. I also just wanted to pick up, Michelle, you said that potentially 3 new venues could open, but when we went through this process last time, we were given some maps, and I think there was only a tiny little bit of one street in the CBD where you could actually put a venue. So can you just clarify on, even though in theory 3 new venues could open, where exactly could they open in terms of the proximity to ATMs and the other limitations we have in the policy?
Through the chair, thanks. Yes, so the policy says that obviously the cap can't be breached, but we've already established that we have room in the cap for 18, but also no venue can be within 100 metres of any playground, kindergarten, early childhood centre, school, place of worship, or an ATM, and also not within 100 metres of any services that are primarily associated with family or children's activities. So that's one of the restrictions. And then, of course, as you pointed out, we have those maps, which are part of your report and part of the attachments there, if you would like to have a look at them. And that sets out where venues can't open. So you're right in saying that there is actually only a small area and that those restrictions make it fairly difficult, really, for a new venue to find a place here in Nelson.
Sorry, I didn't mean the maps in the actual policy review and the attachment. Last time we went through the process, there was actually maps made where they circled the distance from ATM. So where you could potentially put a new venue in the CBD was literally, I think it was 1 number on Bridge Street, and that was it. So the opportunity to get a new venue anywhere was actually phenomenally difficult. So that was partly why we didn't make the changes, because effectively the policy is a sinking lid policy because it's so difficult to find a location for a venue. Michelle, you probably weren't here then, but Nikki, you might recall that.
Yes, through the chair, that's right. The way the policy has been built up means it is very difficult to establish a new venue. And I guess that's one thing that councillors will need to weigh up. I mean, we're all agreed, I think, about not wanting to see gambling harm and to try and minimise that. But that needs to be weighed up against what extra additional benefit the community would get from a change like a sinking lid compared to what we can provide now. And I mean, I think the opposite view is that it would be very small, and then you have to weigh that up against what other work you would be foregoing in order to make a small, if any, benefit type change.
Great, thanks, Nikki. Okay, I'm going to move on to Councillor Noonan, then Councillor Skinner, then Councillor McGurk.
Thanks, Kate. My question is, what will it cost to do an SCP?
Through the chair, I'm afraid I don't have a figure, but obviously it takes staff time to prepare the SOP, and as Nikki alluded to, we have to check that we have an SOP, so we check that through legal advice, so that costs council money again. And then of course there is governance time dealing with hearings and a deliberations meeting. There is also a cost to the community in terms of community groups and the time that they would put into preparing a submission on this. So I'm afraid I don't have a dollar figure, but those are some of the steps that we would need to go through.
Okay, there's nobody else wants to have a go at that. Look, I'll start again. Without knowing what's going to go, I don't think we're in a position to be able to make a decision, because if we make a decision today on this, which is a difference from the officer advice, we're going to be doing it partially blind, because some other piece of work is going to go, and I don't think it's fair and reasonable to make a decision without knowing the full impact of that decision. So just I find this a bit difficult. I think it would have to come back.
Thanks, Councillor Noonan. Was that just a general afterthought? Okay, so that's quite helpful.
Yeah, it's just if another councillor's got some suggestions as to how we can deal with it, I just don't. We've now changed what the recommendation was without seeing another option until this morning, so we haven't had time to even consider what might have to go, the cost that is involved. If we're going to get something on the day, then I just don't think that we should be making a decision on the day. That's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. I've got Councillor Skinner next, then Councillor McGurk, then the Mayor, Councillor Laurie, Councillor Bowater.
Thank you, Kate. I was about to move option 2 of reducing lid, and I see Rohan's put one up there, and I support that. I think this shouldn't be shouldn't take much time, whichever way people decide. Information's in front of us. This has come up. This is the third time on my 3 terms it's come up. It's a pretty simple decision for me. Putting it off by saying we've got to juggle other projects or so forth, I think this one's fairly high up in the well-being. So I'll wait till debate, but I'm very supportive of what we've got as a alternative recommendation, which is a sinking lid.
So you're supportive of Rohan's amendment?
I am, and I don't think there's much more need for questions. I appreciate people do, but it's a fairly straightforward topic. Obviously, there's lots of implications on decisions we make, but I think all we're doing is delaying a decision on this. But I support what Rohan has put up in front, which is what I was about to do myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McGurk. Brian?
Yes, yeah, just unmuting. Thanks very much. Just a couple of questions I've got. With the changes we brought about the last time, which was probably just over 2 years ago, I think they come into effect. What's the what sort of data set have we got about the effectiveness or otherwise of those policies? Do we know? Have we got a robust data set that we can use as a strong evidential base for keeping or retaining or changing those policies?
Through the chair, our number of venues has reduced since the current policy came into force. So we've moved from 11 to 9 venues.
Yeah, got that.
But in terms of gambling spend, our gambling spend has increased, and this is in line with the rest of New Zealand. So despite all the policy restrictions of our policy and councils across New Zealand, including Sinking Lids, the trend is that gambling spend is increasing. And so that data is from DIA. So they have a very fancy dashboard that we can consult and have a look at. And we've also looked at data from provided by the Problem Gambling Association, which is what I referred to earlier in terms of those 7 councils who've had sinking lids, and out of those 7, only 1 has seen a reduction in gambling spend.
Right. Okay, the next one is that it's been proposed as a sinking lid policy and introducing objectives. So relatively, on the scale of things, are relatively minor amendments to the policy. So we still have to go through the full SCP process regardless, and that opens up any evidence from any party that may be affected can submit on it. We have to consider anything new that comes along as well.
Through the chair, yes, that's right. Any changes we make will trigger a special consultative procedure.
And people, okay.
I might just add that the changes that we consult on are those changes that are in our SCP. So there are some rules about, the changes that council can then make once the consultation has closed and hearings have been held, but you will all be familiar with those rules that, it's the change that you consult on is then the change that's considered through deliberations.
All right, okay. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for the time being. I might come back to it later on.
Okay, thanks, Brian. I'm going to move on to the Mayor, then Councillor Laurie, then Councillor Bowater, and then we'll take a break. We'll take an adjournment, and everyone can have a coffee break as well.
Kia ora, Michelle. Thanks for your report. I really appreciate the way you've set this out. I just want to check, and I'm just going to change screens here, but I just want to check the table that you have put in there on, I think it's 416. You've got a table there that looks at the distribution, the amount of funds that have been distributed through into the region. And I just want to check that because I've got some other data that, but it's aggregated across Nelson, Tasman, Marlborough, that's looking at 4.7 million coming back in 2019. And about in a comparative graph across New Zealand, we're getting in about 39% of as a return back in. And some organisations, NZCT being one, it's actually more like 100% that comes in by the time you take direct grants and then what comes at a national level for organisations. So I just want to check that that's how I should interpret what you've got there in that table, because I just can't reconcile that from a regional sense with the information that I've got.
And you may Chair, yeah. So I think the difficulty we face in trying to quantify the amount of money that comes back to our community through community grants and so on is that some of the organisations that operate in our region receive their money through head offices elsewhere, and so that perhaps is where the discrepancy comes in. So I'm thinking of organisations, for example, like the Red Cross. The grant funding is dealt with through head offices that aren't based here, but of course our community shares in that. So that's the difficulty we have in trying to figure out the exact amount that comes back to our community. The 40%, of course, is fixed because that's required by legislation. But in terms of which part of that comes here, it is quite tricky to get an exact answer.
So Michelle, why didn't we rely on the published data that shows the bar graphs between each region?
I'd have to go back and just check where the source for this table, as Nikki explained, this has been a sort of a combined effort in terms of preparing this report with some of our team no longer at council. So I would need to go back and just check the source of this and figure out which data we use. But I know that most of the information we've taken from public sources like DIA's dashboard and information that Problem Gambling held and so on. So it is information that's publicly available and published.
Okay, well, I think on the adjournment, it would be worth actually going to make sure that I've sent you an email with the bar graph, and so it'll be worth actually just having, it's just come in this morning. So I think it is important that we do that. I don't want to have information going out from Nelson City Council that might be viewed as presenting a position that's not actually the case in terms of what comes into the region. I don't think that's fair to the organisations that wanting their data recorded. Thank you. And I just in terms of the questioning, I think what I'm picking up from the officer's advice is that you've carefully weighed up the current policy in terms of its effectiveness. You feel that it is being effective as it operates at the moment, and that your reason for maintaining it is actually when you look at the cost benefits and the potential for any harm reduction, you're not actually seeing an evidential basis to make a change. That's sort of what I've picked up from what you've said so far. So I just want to make sure I'm right in that, because I think evidence-based decision making is quite important with what we do.
Through the chair, yes, that's absolutely right. The having had a look at the policy and the impact that it's having, the recommendation is that it remains unchanged because it is working as it was intended, and making additional changes based on the numbers that we've seen don't appear to won't have the effect that we're after. So it just seems that at the cost to council as well as the community, as I mentioned before, of doing a special consultative procedure at this point, will not deliver a huge amount of benefit in terms of minimising gambling harm in our community.
Madam Chair, I'll just indicate at this time I'm very comfortable with the recommendation in the report, and later on, if we're going to move something else, then I will be speaking very strongly about the impact on the organisation.
Okay, just picking up on that question and your answer, Michelle, could we set the intent that so we reviewed the policy in 2018, and then the staff recommendation is that we wait and do that full review again, and I guess it's 2024. Could we set the intent in the resolution today that that SCP is around a sinking lid policy? So could we set that direction now, that we want to change the policy in 2024 to be a sinking lid policy, so that then you've got 3 years to get sorted out?
Can I perhaps answer that, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Certainly, look, you could give an indication to staff that that's how you'd like them to approach the next policy. There will be a new council in place and it will be their call, but certainly staff could then bring the material to you with that in mind.
Okay, because it seems to me that there's a governance direction that we would like to move to a sinking lid, but there's also uncertainty around sort of staff capacity, how much that costs right now, having just gone through the process. I mean, it's a very emotional process to go through when you hear the submissions. So I guess I kind of think that we could set that direction and allow staff the time to ensure that they get it right, but rather than trying to increase the workload right now, set the date for a bit later. I'm going to move on to Councillor Laurie, and then Councillor Bowater, and then I've got Councillor Courtney and Councillor O'Neill-Stevens, but I think we'll take a break after Councillor Courtney, because Rohan, you've already asked a question, so we'll take a break after Mel. So, Matt.
Thank you, Kate. So my first question is on the matter of how much money will go from pokie machines to community groups and the impact potentially of a sinking lid policy, am I right in thinking that we won't necessarily see any reduction in funding for community organisations in Nelson, because a sinking lid really only prevents new venues from opening?
Through the chair, there is the possibility that over time the amount of money to community groups will reduce, because as one venue closes, council won't then issue a licence for a new venue, and so we'll have one venue less in Nelson who will then be distributing funds to community groups. So over time there is the risk that that amount could reduce.
Okay, thanks. But it's over time. It's not a given that if we introduce a sinking lid policy, we've suddenly got community groups out of pocket.
Could I speak to that, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to say, I think that you're right in that assessment, Councillor Laurie, because our policy is so tight. In fact, I don't think you'll see much difference whether it was a sinking lid or our current very restrictive policy. So probably the impact of a change is not going to be very different to continuing with the status quo in terms of income for voluntary groups.
Good to know. Thanks, Nikki. Next question. Are towns without sinking lid policies likely to be more attractive to pokie operators than towns with sinking lid policies?
Through the chair, the sinking lid really has more of an effect once a venue closes. So, you know, if a town doesn't have a sinking lid policy, then a new venue could apply. And places that do have sinking lids, obviously that closes the door. For Nelson, you know, as we've already mentioned, we have that limit for a maximum of 5 machines for new venues, which acts as a disincentive for new venues in any case. And we have the strict rules about 100 metres from family and social services. And so, you know, with all those rules combined, it's not an easy place for a new venue to establish here.
Sure, through the chair, but a sinking lid policy would make it even more difficult, wouldn't it? Obviously.
Can I speak just through the chair? I think that what we see with the industry is they just look for opportunities. A town with a sinking lid would not offer many, and Nelson doesn't either.
Okay, thanks. Just the information we heard before about towns that have introduced sinking lids, and I think only one has seen a reduction in gambling, but we've seen an increase in gambling across the country. Isn't it possible that in the towns that introduced sinking lid policies, the spend would have been even greater? What I'm saying is, just because a town introduced a sinking lid policy doesn't mean that the policy isn't having an impact in the amount of money people are spending on gambling, particularly if we're seeing gambling going up across the country.
Through the chair, if I can just jump in again, look, it's difficult for us to answer. It's an unusual trend. We've seen reduction in machines in Nelson. It's a very consistent trend over time. They're just dropping away, and yet we see spending going up. And I don't think anyone has the answer nationally why there is that increase in spend.
Okay, and last question. A lot of people would say that 140 machines in Nelson Whakatū is 140 machines too many. Which option, and before us today, is likely to lead to the fastest reduction in that number?
Through the chair, if I can just say, really the trend in reducing machines is moving faster than our policy. We will set a cap, but the number of machines reduces well below what our cap is. So I don't know that either policy is going to offer you an advantage in that sense. There are bigger trends here in the gambling industry that are driving where the money is being spent, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Councillor Bywater.
Thank you. Through the chair, most of my questions have been answered, as normally is the case. Just wondering, we had a comment earlier that it was a generic comment made that it's sports groups. that are the majority of winners with lottery funding. Michelle, do we have any, or Michelle, want to direct this to you? Do we have a makeup of that? I'm sorry, it's very hard on a screen to be able to go through the pages, especially when we're sitting at 150 pages on this one agenda. Is there a list somewhere that we can actually compare who is actually getting the funding from this? Because everyone just keeps on going straight to sports, but one of the councillors mentioned earlier, Rotary, Big Brothers Big Sisters, there's Coast Guards, there's all sorts. So in consideration, do we really know who all the people are that are getting these funds?
Through the chair, I don't have a list to hand, but it is something that we can find out and get back to you with.
So what I'm picking up from today is there's been a lot of questions through the chair again around the idea of how we actually process this. But we came to the conclusion of where we are today through a workshop and through discussions with the councillors before we came here. So the options that we have in front of us have already been discussed with us. So yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for your answer.
Thanks, Yvonne. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Michelle, for your report. A very comprehensive, detailed report. Thanks for that. Michelle, I have about 3 very quick questions. Just to clear and restate what I think is happening, we've had no interest at all in the last 3 years in people applying for licences.
We've had no new venues open, and in fact we've had 2 venues close. So yes. So
there's been no interest at all in people wanting to apply for licences because they might be establishing a venue. That's the answer, is it?
In terms of applications that were made, I would need to go back to our operational team to check whether they've received any applications, but it's certainly true to say that no new venues have opened and 2 have closed.
Thank you for that. Michelle, do you get the data giving customer numbers at these venues? And by customer numbers, I mean user numbers. To me, that would be helpful to get an average spend at each of the 9 venues.
Through the chair, we don't have customer numbers. All we have is the gaming machine proceeds numbers, which are numbers that we get from DIA.
So you can't get an average spend at a particular venue? Yes,
through the chair, no, I don't think that's a possibility.
No. Right, thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Just picking up on Mel's question, Michelle, have we had any new venues open since 2012?
I would need to check that and check the dates, but my understanding is that our venues are long-standing venues, but I would just need to double check the dates. Yeah.
Okay, if you could just double check that. I think because in 2012 we introduced the 100 metres from ATMs rules, and then in 2018 we introduced the 9 down to 5 rule. So we've made the policy more difficult to open a new venue each time we've gone out and consulted with the community. But I don't think we've had any new venues open since 2012. So if you could just clarify that for me, that'd be really helpful. I can see Matt and Rohan, you've both got your hands up again. I think we'll just take a 15-minute break first. Have you got more questions, or did you want to debate, Matt and Rohan?
I've got a couple of questions.
I've got questions.
Okay, all right, cool. And during the adjournment, Nikki, if you could just have a look at Rohan's words and let me know if we wanted to shape that for 2024, that would be really helpful as well. Okay,
sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. I just wondered if I just wanted to discuss the sets that Michelle's got. So I just wonder if I could have a breakout room for Michelle, Nikki, and myself. That would be great. You may want to join that too.
Yeah, I'm happy to join that. Yeah, that would be So I'm sure the GAs know how to do that. So if we meet back at 10:35. Thanks, everyone. Hi, Rachel.
I just need a moment to create the breakout room, please.
Okay, all right, cool.
I can still hear you, Kate. Yep. Yeah. Hey.
Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, I think we have everyone back with us. So I'm going to go back. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Yep. I'm going to go back to our speaking list. Councillor O'Neill-Stevens and then Councillor Laura, you both had some more questions.
Thanks. Yes. For Michelle, just around the DIA data you were talking about in regards to gambling expenditure still rising, is that just an absolute measure, so that even after these policies are introduced, gambling expenditure still increases? Is that what the data shows?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. The trend that we see in New Zealand is that gambling spend is increasing despite policy measures.
And have you done any readings around that measure relative to councils that don't implement stricter sinking lids, for example? I'm thinking like there was a 2020 paper around this topic.
Through the chair, what we've seen is that we haven't looked specifically at councils that don't have sinking lids, but we have looked at the ones that do. And as we mentioned before, there are those 7 that we were able to look at because they've had their sinking lids for a long enough period to be able to track the trend. And of those, only 1 has seen a decrease.
I guess what I'm getting at here is some of the papers I've read have talked about how, whilst not reducing necessarily overall gambling expenditure, relative to if they hadn't implemented those policies, there's been a reduction in the increase of spending, so that they have, as opposed to no policy intervention, still had an impact on gambling expenditure. So, but just to clarify, we haven't looked at that data in developing this report.
Through the chair,
we looked at. Oh,
sorry,
okay.
Michelle, if I can cut in. Sorry, through the chair. Just to say, no, the data we've relied on there was developed by the Problem Gambling Foundation. We haven't undertaken our own new analysis. But I think you would also find, if you were to do that, that Nelson's restrictive policy would be in line with the findings for other restrictive approaches, such as a sinking lid.
Yeah, thanks. And I'd recommend everyone read the Cap and Problem Gambling in New Zealand 2020 report from AUT. And then just in terms of the process itself, if we were to go through an SCP, obviously there's been concerns raised about we don't know the implications, but for an SCP, where staff would have to develop a statement of proposal, and that would have to come back to council for approval. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. We would prepare the document and then bring that back to council for adoption for consultation. Then we would undertake the 4 weeks consultation followed by hearings and a deliberations meeting. So, yeah.
And would it be possible in that report to include any sort of clear implications that we've found in terms of those implications on the work program of continuing to move forward?
Through the chair, yes. What we could do, if I can say, is we could bring some options for what would have to be dropped to. But of course, in preparing the statement of proposal, we are already diverting that resource. So in some sense, you'd already have lost some of your resource.
Okay, thanks.
I think that's the issue, Rohan, is even bringing another report is 40 to 50 hours of work minimum, and for this kind of thing there's a massive legal, so the process requires a lot of legal checks, so it's a arduous process to go through. And
just on that, can I have one more question?
Yep.
Obviously this is a policy that Tasman District Council adopted in 2019 and many other councils have recently adopted. Does that make, if we were to sort of proceed towards a sinking lid, does that make it easier for us in terms of being able to look at the resources and the processes already gone through by other councils and potentially reduce our staff workload?
Through the chair, I mean, we learn from other councils, but in terms of doing the work that still needs to be done here, and the meetings still need to be held. So there are some gains by looking at what other councils have done and so on, but we would still need to prepare our own statement of proposal, and that would still need to be reviewed by our own legal team.
Thanks.
I think we consulted on a sinking lid in 2018 and in 2012 as well, didn't we, Michelle?
I'm not sure if we consulted in 2012, but we did in 2018. The feedback was mixed on that point, but yes, we have consulted on it before.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thanks, Kate. So going into the coffee break, the question I had was how Nelson's losses to gambling compares to Tasman's, given that they have a more robust gambling policy. And during the break, I actually managed to get my hands on a report that has Nelson out of 67 territorial authorities. Nelson's on 32nd place in terms of losses to pokie machines, and Tasman is 51, and so the average this is going back to 2018, but the average in Nelson City in 2018 for the quarter was $73, and in Tasman it was 53. Does that tell us anything, do you think? This is a question for the staff. Like, if Nelson's losses to gambling, pokie gambling, are significantly greater than Tasman's, can't we assume that's got something to do with the robustness of their policy?
Through the chair, if I could just speak to that. We haven't done analysis comparing ourselves specifically to Tasman, but we have had commentary on this before in previous consultations, and the view was that Nelson is something of the entertainment centre of this area. We actually draw people in to gamble at our venues, so we are actually taking people out of Tasman and they are spending money here, which accounts for that differentiation.
And just to be clear, Nikki, we can't change the existing venues. If you introduce a sinking lid policy, those existing venues can stay. So trying to be more restrictive isn't going to change the fact that these gambling machines already exist in Nelson.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thanks. Another quick question. Staff might not be able to see this. I can you see what I put in the link to a story from the Nelson Mail in 2016 that I put in the chat? It's about a TAB and pokies venue that was planned for the former United Video site, which is now home to the awesome bike station and a lighting shop. It's a big site. And in the end, that application was withdrawn, but it was going to be a significant gambling venue. Would that still be possible under our rules as they sit today? Like, has enough changed from 2016?
Through the chair. So if it was a new venue, they'd have that 5 machine limit, but also they'd have those geographical rules as well as the 100-metre rules to deal with. So I'm just trying to calculate, where the nearest ATM would be, but, those would be the things that we would consider. So, yeah, I'd have to look at the detail on that before I could give a proper answer.
Sure. So I guess where I'm going with this is, just because no one's applied for a new venue in the last couple of years doesn't mean someone isn't going to apply next week or next month or next year, does it? Given that there's money to be
Yes,
made.
but Matt, I think that the rule, the 100 metres, there was an ATM in New World Supermarket, which meant that that site was not available. I'm pretty sure that was the reason why.
So I think that was part of their thought process. I suspect they probably could have designed it in a way that they could have got around that. But the public outcry to that proposal was one of the reasons that I believe it didn't go ahead. So I'm just going back to my question before. Just because no one's applied for a license under our current rules in the last couple of years doesn't actually suggest that someone isn't going to apply, that someone is unlikely to apply for one, next week, next month, or next year.
Through the chair, that's right. Applications could be made, but as we've mentioned, any new applications would have to comply with all the rules in our policy, and it is quite restrictive. So it would just depend on the detail of the application.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, I have James. James has got a question, and then Mayor Rachel.
Thank you, through the chair. Has it ever been considered to make mandatory loss limit reports? Because I just did a bit of research last night as I was reading through the agenda, and these are things that have been introduced in Australia and Norway. There was a study done, and it showed that, so essentially what you do, you type in a maximum amount of money that you're willing to lose in one session, and then you get a notification once you either reach that limit or come near to that limit. So I was wondering if anything like that has ever been considered or introduced anywhere in New Zealand, and has it been shown to work in New Zealand?
Through the chair, I haven't done any reading on that, but I will just note that the regulation of minimisation of harm, so the measures that each venue has to put in place, is something that's regulated by DIA. So the powers that council has within its policy are not as wide as one would hope. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, James. Rachel, Mayor Rachel.
I'd actually lowered my hand, but I just asked Nikki if we could get the data clarified from the report. I'd asked some questions about that before.
Okay, great, thanks. Nikki, you've got your hand up.
Yes, I was just going to say that thanks to the Mayor, we have access now to some better data about the proceeds of gambling coming into Nelson. So she has received a report which has been compiled by KPMG, and I think the GAs, I've sent this through to them, I think they'll be able to screen share it for you. And that is a much more accurate tally because it's actually gone and looked at grants, I believe. taking into account those factors that we can't trace, like where it goes through head office and comes to Nelson. So you can see that we are there, and we're very, very close to that 40% line, which is quite a different picture to what we have from the data in the report. So that's very useful. Shows we're right on close on target.
Thanks, Nikki. Should we ensure that that sort of is included into the report, that we make the amendment to the report to clarify that most recent data?
I think we probably can't change the report now, but what we can do is put it in the minutes and reference that correction.
Okay. I don't think anyone else has got their hand up. Is that right?
I've got a question.
Oh, okay, Councillor Sansom.
Thanks so much, Councillor Fulton. So Nikki, thanks for that. That's good to see the updated results. So I just wanted to check. My understanding is that a sinking lid wouldn't, in the short term, have any, doesn't mean that those amounts going to community groups are going to be decreasing, does it? It just prevents new venues opening.
Yes, that's right. Sinking lid would prevent new venues. I mean, what I was saying is there's probably not going to be much difference because we have such a restrictive policy. So between that and a sinking lid. So, yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so moving forward, we've had a lot of questions, and I've kind of got a feel for what some councillors are thinking, not everyone. Rohan and Rachel, I understand you have a recommendation you'd like to move. Has everyone seen that via email? It would be helpful perhaps if we got that up on the screen. And Mayor Rachel, I think you've got another question, but I just would like to move that. During the adjournment, I've asked Nikki to help me with some words to amend that slightly. So we might have to adjourn again so I can have a conversation with Nikki. I certainly support the intention of a sinking lid, and I feel like that's what we have in our policy right now. And I understand how much people want to do the sinking lid right now, but I feel like in terms of staff capacity and losing important other pieces of policy work, I don't understand the consequences of that. There's quite a lot of other harm minimisation pieces of work we could do. We haven't done our alcohol policy, and I think we've been waiting for that for about 8 years. So certainly there's work which is a long way down the list, which are also priorities in terms of positive health in our community. So if we get the words up on the screen, maybe, is that something you can do, Robin? Can you share that? And Rachel, Mayor Rachel, do you want to speak briefly?
Through the chair, certainly. Would you like the amended recommendation that you worked on during the break? Or
no, Rohan and Rachel's one, and then I'll move an amendment on that. So we'll put their one up first.
Currently,
because they'd already signalled that they wanted to move that motion, so that needs to come first.
Sure.
Through you, Chair, that wasn't actually moved and seconded. It was purely signalled.
I'll move that.
I'll second it.
Okay.
And I reserve the right to reply. I think I think I'm able to do that as a seconder, maybe.
You can reserve your right to speak, not your right to reply. So
thanks.
You can reserve your right.
All good.
To speak.
Cheers.
That's fine. So that's been moved by Rohan, seconded by Rachel Sansom. And so I'm just signalling that I'll make an amendment. Nikki, I haven't quite seen those words yet. I'm going to let Mayor Rachel speak next.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, I just want to speak against what has been moved and seconded.
Point of order, standing orders. I haven't, as the mover, I haven't yet had my right to speak.
Oh, apologies. I thought Councillor Sansom was the mover. Councillor O'Neill Stevens, I'll wait for you. It's fine. Apologies. I thought that was why the right of reply was reserved.
Okay, I'm sorry, Rachel. I thought you had put your hand up for a question and I'd missed that. So let's be really clear. There's no more questions. If anyone's got a question, I can't see your hands up. So can you just, no more questions. So we're moving into debate on the motion. And I'm going to let Rohan speak to it. And then I'm going to pause and move an amendment and we'll debate the amendment. But I might have to adjourn. Or do we want to, sorry, I'm just trying to think this through. So Rohan, I'm going to let you speak to it and then I'm going to just adjourn for a second and have a chat with Nikki. So Rohan, if you want to speak first.
Thanks, Kate. I want to start by framing this recommendation in the light of the harm that problem gambling has on our communities and communities around New Zealand. I really want to acknowledge Brenda McQuillan, who spoke at Public Forum, for both her strength and advocacy on this issue. It doesn't take much for Google search or indeed many conversations with members of our community to see very clearly the harm that problem gambling has. In Nelson, around 50% of Nelsonians live within a kilometre of a gaming machine. There is easy access to pokies here, and we know that they are highly addictive and highly harmful. I think gaming machine, as is the terminology used in legislation, doesn't properly capture the realities of this industry. It's a very sort of softened blow. The stories are so much more than just of gaming machines. These are, as I said, highly addictive, highly harmful gambling machines. We also know that pokie machines represent a very clear transfer of wealth. It is often those who are sucked in by them, members of our lowest income communities, and the recipients of pokie machine profits are usually put into better off communities. We're taking from our poorest to, for the most part, fund richer members of our community. And I think that we have to acknowledge that that is not something that as a council we can support. The decision is in front of us right now. We can't, no matter what we write today, determine what will happen in 3 years. We've been elected to represent now. We don't get to determine what will happen then. So we need to act now. And I do want to acknowledge that this will be an impact on staff workload, as everything we do is. But we wouldn't be in this position if in 2018 we had moved to a sinking lid. If there'd been leadership then, we wouldn't have to do this work now. And I want to acknowledge former councillor Luke Ackland, who did push quite hard for a sinking lid then. I want to acknowledge the report paper, Capping Problem Gambling in New Zealand, the Effectiveness of Local Government Policy Intervention, which clearly shows that sinking lids do have a positive impact in terms of reducing the harm of problem gambling in communities. But I also want to acknowledge that there is an aspect of symbolism to this decision, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Saying to our community that as a council, we take this issue seriously and we will use all of the levers available to us to help reduce the harm that they all see so clearly, I think is a message and a symbol we should be willing to give. So I'm very, very pleased to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Rohan. I'm just going to take a 5-minute adjournment now so I can talk to Nikki. So if everyone just comes back in 5 minutes' time, that'd be great. Thank you. And Robin, can I have a breakout room, please? If I could have Rachel the Mayor in it as well, and Michelle. Okay. I'm not sure if we have everyone back in the room or not. Thanks everyone for waiting so patiently. Oh, yeah. Can you all hear me? So I've just, excuse me, spoken to the governance advisors, and I can't move an amendment because it's direct negative. So we will be moving through this recommendation from Rohan and Rachel, and I'll have 3 speaking for, 3 speaking against. So I've heard from Rohan. Rachel, you're going to reserve your right to speak. And I'm going to hear from Mayor Rachel next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak against what has been moved and seconded. I'm not diminishing at all the harm impact of problem gambling, and I've spoken on this subject many times. I think this is the 3rd. We've made changes to this policy probably 3 times in the time I've been, maybe 4, on council. I'm not a supporter of gambling. I've made that really clear in the past. So I'm going to just focus actually on what we are dealing with today, which is a very wise recommendation from the staff about actually the ability to minimise harm through a change to a sinking lid in the context of our existing policy, which is extremely restrictive. When we went through this the last time, we have pretty much got as tight a policy as we can have, and as Michelle has said, we have some of the most restrictive, if not the most restrictive policy in terms of a gaming machine numbers within venues, in terms of new venues. I am really conscious that the way that we fund, whether it is sports and arts or community organisations, in terms of that model, is a bigger discussion with central government around a sustainable model, and one that we really that is one worth having as a local government sector as a whole. But in terms of symbolism, is there symbolism? I think there is some symbolism here, and the symbolism, in my view, of what I am hearing is a symbol is to take a symbolic step to achieve actually very little outcome, which is the advice from the officers in terms of actually reducing harm, because the existing policy is effective. But what there is looking at harm, there is also all ranges of harm, and the harm that they have highlighted very, very clearly to you as elected members is that a harm that comes by actually asking a staff team, and I'd say also an elected member team who have got a lot of work in front of them, to embark on a very, very big piece of work that I think, in my view, will get to people almost on a staff team at breaking point. To run up a special consultative process is a massive task. You are running up all of the consultation processes, running a full hearings process, all the deliberations processes, and it's a big, big task. For those of you who've done it before, you know it's a big task. And for what gain? What the staff are saying to you, for very little gain in terms of the policy context that we've got at the moment. And I strongly encourage you, actually, if you're interested in harm reduction, to think about the people that work for this organisation in your thinking today, because really I'm looking at a marathon impact of COVID-19 that is not going away, that is going to be impacting our organisation already. We're going to have to start reprioritising already on a very, very big work program, and I can see which policy is going to go. Is it the arts policy? Is that the one that we're not going to do? Is it going to be work on the housing reserve? Is that what's going to go? Something will have to go, and it will be a big piece of work that we've already asked for. So please, please, this is a day to do evidence-based decision making.
Thanks, Rachel. Sorry, I had I've got a bit of something stuck in my throat, so a bit of a coughing happening. I'm going to move on to Councillor Brand.
Thank you. Wasn't expecting to be asked so quickly. This is a double-edged sword for me, and I've debated this with myself back and forth quite a bit. And I'm actually going to be voting against the recommendation of the amendment and stick in part with the original that was there recommended by the officers. Now, the reason for this is I'm totally, absolutely aware of the harm that this causes emotionally, financially, and the trust issues that it creates within a social dynamic of a family, within a work environment, the impact it has on the individual, the families, the businesses, the way it leads into fraud and embezzlement. It's not just people on benefits that have a gambling issue, it actually hits higher people above that, and it does have a huge impact. But as we heard from our public submission this morning, it takes a person to wish to change, and then they will, because if they don't want to change or put the support networks in place, they will go and find a poker machine wherever it is. I'm not sure, there is some research happening at the moment about online gambling because of COVID and lockdown, and there has been an increase in online gambling and the impacts of what that has. So that'll be interesting to see the research and the fallout that comes from that. So regardless of whether there's a poker machine or not, there is an uptake in online gambling, and people are finding ways to do that regardless of what restrictions may be put in place. So the sinking lid for me, it ties into one of the steps to prevent gambling, which is by removing the temptation. But again, this is about a policy. This is about what the current restrictions are of Nelson City Council, and the way that I see that, it does make it quite difficult to increase or create new opportunities of the gambling. So people talked about the funding from the poker machines and from the gambling, and the new figures that came out just before to highlight that, I heard about the head office and people talking about sporting groups. Now, coming from the NGO sector, the social services, they apply to the head office and they get between 50 to 80,000 a year from the gambling opportunity funds that come in. That covers their operational costs that the central government don't cover. Central government funding to those social service agencies other than sporting groups have not had an increase in their baseline funding ever since it was established. They don't get a CPI increase. What they've had every time their 3-year contract or yearly contract has come up from central government is an increase of service delivery for the same amount of money. So the NGO sector actually does rely a lot on lotteries, on the Lions, on the pub charities, but they tend to go to the head offices because that's where they can get larger sums of money to help them cover the operational costs, because the philanthropic donations decrease during economic recessions because the investment on their return is not there. A lot of organisations apply to those same philanthropic opportunities and they're told, go and work in a collaborative approach. They do where they can, but a lot of their core services are not able to be a collaborative approach. So this funding, and I find it a double-edged sword because a lot of the NGO sectors and social services don't want to apply to pub charities. They don't want to apply, but they want to be able to provide the services to those that need it, that are suffering trauma, that need the front-end crisis work that those services provide. So through reluctance and no other options, they apply and they get the money to ensure that their organisation can provide the services that our community cry out for. So when I talk about reducing harm, yes, I totally do not agree with gambling. It is not something that attracts me, and even all the bells and whistles that the poker machines have to get that brain stimulation to reward you for playing the machines and going after that win. You know, it's not something that I agree with. It's not something that I want to support. However, the Nelson City Council are asking us to focus on a policy, not on the emotive and the social needs. So on the policy side of things, I think what we currently have is adequate enough to meet the restrictions and the deterrent for new organisations to set up and create those mechanisms. So for me, even though I don't support gambling, I totally understand the harm that gambling has on, on the individual, the families, the social networks, the businesses, the trust that is lost, the businesses that go out of business because of embezzlement by employees who are lying and covering up their gambling habit by stealing money from within the organisation. And that all gets prosecuted, and it has a huge impact on our community via the legal system through courts and everything like that. So I totally get that side of it. So with this double-edged sword, I'm going to be speak against the amendment and stick with the officer's recommendation.
Thanks, Trudy. Excellent debate. Thank you. I am going to go, so I've had one speak for, two speak against. So I'm going to go to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Councillor Fulton. So the pokie industry is one of those things that 30 years from now, we will look back on and say, what the hell were we thinking? I mean, we know the harm the pokie industry does. We know how addictive these machines are. We know about the harm that they do to individuals, to families, to communities. We know that pokie machines and the pokie industry preys on the poor and the vulnerable. And we know that there's a good reason that they're referred to as the crack cocaine of the gambling industry. Now, in my opinion, if councillors want a sinking lid, they should vote for a sinking lid now. They shouldn't think, in 3 years' time, maybe we'll do this, because we don't know if any of us are going to be here in 3 years' time. I really do not believe that the people of Nelson want more pokie venues in their city. I just don't believe it. And a sinking lid is the way you can be sure that you can stop more pokie venues from opening in your city. This issue isn't going to go away. You know, we heard from Brenda, we hear from the Problem Gambling Foundation. The Problem Gambling Foundation tell us that the more robust our gambling policy is, the less harm we will see in the community from gambling. They're the experts. I believe them. We should believe them. In my opinion, and I say this with respect, supporting the intention of a sinking lid policy doesn't really cut it. If we think that pokie machines are causing harm, we should do as much about them as we can. And this sinking lid option gives us the opportunity to do that. Yes, it will require more work, but you know, change is very rarely convenient. And if every time we heard this will require more work, what are you going to drop to do this? If every time we heard that, we didn't do something, council really wouldn't do very much. So progress isn't easy. A sinking lid, I truly believe, would be progress for Nelson. And I really encourage any councillors who are sympathetic to that cause to support it today. You've got an opportunity to be on the right side of history. It'd be wonderful to see this council doing the right thing.
Thanks, Matt. Next, I have Councillor Brand. Oh, sorry, no, Councillor Bywater. Sorry, Trudy, you've already spoken.
Thank you, Kate. Just one of those days with Zoom. I will be speaking against this amendment. I've listened this morning and I've heard a lot of conversation around we're having to lose a resource. We're really going against the officer's recommendation if we do this. And we then have the fact that we've had experts brought up as a reason to why we would actually do that. But if you actually look in our document that we have in front of us, it says one of the risks and disadvantages of going with a sinking lid is there's a resource burden on the community and council in undertaking a special consultative procedure. So we've actually, and previous council have actually got it to the stage where we don't actually have to do that consultation procedure because we've already got, in effect, what we're being asked to now make happen by changing this recommendation from what we've got already in front of us. So I can't support, and with all the respect to all the comments that have been made, and double-edged sword, truly exactly what I was thinking as well, because it is an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in, because they're vulnerable in any part of society. And we haven't done an analysis. Well, again, that is going to be a burden on staff. We have so many things that we've actually put forward this morning, and we're all very obviously passionate about that. And I respect both sides, and I understand that this is going to be a decision where we will have a split, and that is the way we work in democracy. However, we don't have a complete overview to make the decision that has been put forward in front as an amendment. We don't have that information. We've had new information just come forward this morning from the Mayor and that actually shows a different story to what we'd already heard. So then we've had that put in the minutes. So there's a lot of things that have been coming, to be honest, on the fly towards something that we've already had consultation process about to get to the decision we have been had recommended to us by the experts who are our officers who have actually gone and done the research for us already. So, and we're getting the result without the sinking lid. And
I'm going to raise a point of order. So I'm going to raise a point of order, Madam Chair. I think the commentary used by Councillor Bywater towards me bringing forward factual information is on the fly is not respectful. I'm sorry, I don't find that respectful. I think it's really important.
Okay. I accept that. Unfortunately, that is a flow on in the conversation that I've made, and it wasn't a reflection on your comment, Mayor. It was about more the fact that not you coming forward with that information, but other things that have been brought up this morning. It wasn't about that information being on the fly. It's the fact that there is so much information we have been given, but not that particular information. I actually appreciate that information that you put forward. That has actually helped me stay on this side and actually not support. So I would just like to put that in there, and I will conclude on that note.
Point of order. Point of order. Is Councillor Bywater saying it's okay for the Mayor to introduce new material but not other councillors to this discussion?
No,
I'm sorry to speak over the top.
Sorry. I will let you actually rule on that, Kate. Thank you.
Yeah. I need to rule on the first point of order. I'm going to uphold the first point of order from the Mayor and accept that Yvonne has apologised. I did try and interrupt, but Councillor Laurie, in terms of your second point of order, I didn't hear Yvonne say that, so I'm not going to uphold that. I think she was trying to clarify that we don't know what the impact this amendment would have on our staff workload, and that's quite an important issue to understand.
So it was problematic for other councillors to raise issues, but not for the Mayor.
Through the chair, no more discussion once the point of order has been ruled on.
I'm not going to rule on it. So I'm ruling against that point of order. So Yvonne, you've finished your debate. I've had 3 speak against. I've had 2 speak for, and Councillor Sanson has reserved her right to speak. So I'm going to move to Councillor Sanson. I'm assuming she's speaking for us. She was the seconder. Then Rohan, you'll have your right of reply. And I'm foreshadowing that I'm moving an amendment which has been emailed out to you, moving a new recommendation that's been emailed out to all of you if this recommendation is lost.
Through the chair, just to clarify, you're foreshadowing a motion to progress the motion should the motion on the table fail.
Yes. Could you repeat that, please? Sorry, I've got all these texts popping up and I can't keep
So
up.
to clarify, through the chair, to clarify, the chair is foreshadowing a motion to progress the matter under consideration should this motion fail.
Yes.
Through the chair, apologies. Would you like that motion shared to the screen now?
Oh, yes, that would be really helpful.
Call for a division.
Through the chair, this is showing you the motion that will be moved by Councillor Fulton should the motion on the table fail.
Thank you. So everyone's clear on the process we're going through right now. So I'm going to hear from Councillor Sanson and then Councillor O'Neill-Stevens' right of reply. I can see that Councillor Skinner has had his hand up, but I said at the start I'd just have 3 speak for and 3 speak against. So I'm going to allow Councillor Sanson to speak now.
Thank you. Through the chair. I've actually just got a quick question for Councillor Skinner. I've noticed that he's indicated that he may have to leave. So I'm thinking that if we, so that we can advance to a vote, I would forego the opportunity to speak if we, if Councillor Skinner wants to proceed directly to a vote. Yep, okay, so I'm happy not to take my opportunity to speak so that we can go to a vote and allow Councillor Skinner to partake in that. And yeah, and I think Councillor Laurie's already called for a division.
Yeah, I've heard the call for the division. The staff will look after that. So Councillor O'Neill-Stevens, do you want your right of reply?
I'll do the speediest right of reply possible so that Tim can be here for the vote. We've heard evidence-based decision-making. We have evidence of harm. We have evidence of the impact of a sinking lid, and we have evidence of community support for this change. I want to emphasise again that the reason we're having to have this debate is because leadership was not shown in 2018. I want to thank the Problem Gambling Foundation. I want to thank Brenda McQuillan and all of those in our community who are continuing to work towards minimising gambling harm. If councillors don't
I'm going to do a point of order. I was in council in 2018. I take offence to the fact that that was not discussed in a reasonable way. That was, I think that's disrespectful, councillor. And I think that at the time that was debated very strongly, you weren't there. So
I have watched all of those debates.
Excuse me, you can't interrupt. I'm going to uphold the point of order. I found it disrespectful as well. I would like you to withdraw the comment saying that there was a lack of leadership in 2018 when we went through that policy review.
I withdraw my comment that there was a lack of leadership and apologise. There was a lack of progression towards a sinking lid. If councillors don't feel that they have the evidence to make a change, then they shouldn't feel comfortable supporting the recommendation from staff either. If councillors, you have one guaranteed opportunity to make a change. And should you believe in making that change, you need to vote for this. Finally, I just want to quickly offer you to those in our community who are suffering from the harms of problem gambling, whether through their own addiction or that of their friends and whānau. And I commit to supporting you to work to continue to reduce that harm reduction, regardless of the outcome of this vote.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens. A division's been called for. So who reads it out? Nikki?
Through you, Madam Chair, it'll be myself. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Claire.
Councillor Bywater.
You have to say it, Yvonne.
Against. Councillor Brand.
Against.
Councillor Courtney.
Against.
Councillor Fulton.
Against.
Councillor Laurie.
Aye.
Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Aye.
Councillor McGurk.
No.
Councillor Noonan.
No.
Councillor Rainey.
Aye.
Councillor Sansom.
Aye.
Councillor Skinner.
Aye.
And the Mayor.
No.
7 against. So the motion is lost. Sorry, Kate, that was for you.
Thank you. So the motion's lost. I'm going to move on. Hopefully you've all been emailed a new recommendation. So maybe we can bring that up on the screen now. It's the original staff recommendation with 2 extra clauses to it. I've just realised that I can actually read it on my big screen rather than off my little phone. So clause 3 is noting that the restrictive nature of the gambling venues policy is such that it acts as a disincentive and a barrier to the opening of new venues. And clause 5 is that we direct that in the next review of the gambling venues policy, staff are to bring forward a proposal to consult with the community on including a sinking lid clause and a new objective of reducing gambling harm. I'm hoping someone's going to second.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor McGurk. And I'll speak very briefly to it now. I completely understand the concerns raised around problem gambling in our community. I've probably tried to get a sinking lid since I arrived on council, so 2012 and 2018 as well. When you go through the actual special consultative procedure, you will realise how emotional, how divided, and how as Trudy talked about, this double-edged sword, the conversation around people who need and people who we need to take care of their health. So it is a really emotional process to go through, and I believe that our staff have far more important pieces of policy work to work on right now. It's not that I don't support the sinking lid, it's that the policy that we developed in 2018 ended up at a place that it was the best it could be at the time, and it has effectively worked as a sinking lid because we have had no new venues open since, and I don't think we've had any new venues open since 2012. So whilst it might not have the word sinking lid in it, and I agree with the principles and values of the sinking lid, we are achieving that aim through the existing policy, and I'm satisfied that it is working in this way. I'm going to move on to I'm just going to take 3 speaking for, 3 speaking against. Again, Councillor McGurk, would you like to speak now or reserve your right to speak?
I can speak now if you wish.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'll speak in support of the recommendation that's put up there, and I recognise that it is a compromise for the situation we're in now, and I appreciate the sentiments that have been expressed earlier from the other elected members about the sinking lid policy. It comes up every time, and for various reasons it doesn't cross the line, but we've done other things too. So the limit on five machines for a new venue and the other measures that have brought in incrementally over the past seem to having the desired effect. The most recent one being the five limit machines. We're moving through unusual times, so by the time this policy comes up again, I think we probably have quite a strong evidence base, strong data to know if it is working effectively and as is intended. And that's a decision that we can take in the future. I was just thinking about the special consultative process. It's a little kick-off, and I just turning my mind to in terms of what other work we've got coming along in terms of, and it was just the infrastructure. I thought about there's the parking policy, the parking strategy, There's the road occupation policy about outdoor dining and other things. The land development manual is due for review. There's a speed limit review. We've got the three waters, and you would have heard this week that the National Land Transport Fund has allocated an extra $2.5 million, which means we can advance the work on public transport, another $2.4 million for walking and cycling. So they're all interested just in the infrastructure area that I'd imagine the elected members will have a great deal of interest, and that's probably where our focus should lie for the next few months. So for those reasons, I will support this recommendation and urge other members to do it as well.
Great, thank you, Brian. I'm going to move on to Councillor Sansom.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm speaking against this effectively status quo amendment or recommendation for our policy. We have heard really, really clearly from our community, from Nelson Marlborough Health, from other health organisations, from people impacted by gambling harm, that this is an issue for our community. We've heard from elected members around the table that we've just never quite got there for various reasons. And we have today an opportunity to actually, as leaders of our community, to stand up and do something to reduce community harm. And I am just really disappointed, I guess, that yet again this has been kicked for touch. And you know, we may well have a policy that only allows, you know, a tight or strict policy that only allows 5 machines in a new venue, but it does mean that new venues can open. It means that if one of the existing venues closes, we still have that capacity up to 162 machines in our community. And I just think that when we have these kinds of opportunities to act for better outcomes for our community, that we should seize them. I think that Nelson City Council in this decision will be going against the national policy direction, and I also think they will be going against the international policy direction, and also going against our own strategic guidelines of the Sustainable Development Goals. For example, SDG 1, no poverty. There is literature around SDG 1 speaking against gambling. Also SDG 3 around ensuring health and wellbeing of our community. Again, literature that speaks against gambling to ensure community health and wellbeing. And the Lancet, which is one of the most well-known and widely respected international health journals, is putting a sharp focus on gambling harm from this year onwards. In January this year, they released a commentary around the harms that gambling is causing, that there has been a lack of focus on this, and that they are going to be really turning their attention to policy development to reduce harm in our communities. So yeah, I am really sorry to the community actually that we have again lost this opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Sansom. Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I've missed my notes because I wasn't expecting to be chosen or selected right now. Look, Councillor McGurk gave an exhausting list of work ahead of us, and that was just in one area. It's really difficult at the moment, as we've talked about a number of times, and we're talking about workload. Really, we are talking about workload. Let's not talk about some of the issue, but the workload is the issue for us. It's both for us as elected members and for the staff. And if we go and lump more things on them, it's just going to make them so thin. It's just not fair. And I think actually the community is exhausted. I mean, we know that. we'd been stuck inside, but yesterday we got out, there were lots of people out, but they are absolutely at their wits' end. We see the front page of the paper yesterday with businesses wondering whether they can even survive. A lot of those are the entertainment ones, and a lot of those are the ones with these machines in them. So they might actually go as of, they might just go because places are closing. So I think we did the right thing with that decision, and this recommendation in front of us right now gives us a chance to give some direction to the next council. It also gives us or the staff some time to gather information that's really robust along the way, and they will probably start now and collect that information and have really up to date, but some good historical information as well, because I think we need to know what the trends are going to be and how they are going and how it affects community groups that are receiving the funding. And it gives us a bit of time to actually try and work out how we're going to replace that funding, because this may not be sufficient. I mean, if you're involved with a community group, you'll see that the funding applications at the moment are being reduced and declined by applications. Certainly the ones I've been involved in, we're starting to get reductions in funding. So it's going to be a hard time, but I think this recommendation is a good start for the next round. So thank you for raising this, and I support it.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan. Councillor Laurie, have you spoken in this round? You wanted to speak. No. You wanted to speak against?
Yes, please. So, in my opinion, if you support a sinking lid policy, you should vote for a sinking lid policy. The reason that sinking lids come up time and time again is because other councils, apparently more progressive councils than Nelson Whakatū, adopt them. And it's also because the Problem Gambling Foundation keeps pleading with us to adopt one. This recommendation keeps the door open for new pokie venues in Nelson Whakatū. And I honestly do not believe that is what people want. I do not believe that this recommendation represents the will of the people of Nelson Whakatū. And I think that message we are sending here today, and it's the same message we sent 3 years ago, is that we understand how dangerous pokies are. We understand the harm and the suffering that they cause, but we don't want to do the consultation process because it's hard work. And I think that's a real shame.
Point of order. I'm going to raise a point of order, Councillor
Laurie. And I hope
Laurie.
in 3 years' time we have a council
that has
the courage to do the right thing.
Could you stop, please? We went through a special consultative process 3 years ago, so we didn't send a message to the community that we weren't going to. I would like you to withdraw that.
I withdraw that I said it about 2018, but I'm not withdrawing what I'm saying, that today the message we are sending is that we know how much pain these cause, we know the suffering they cause, we know the way they prey on the poor and the vulnerable, but we're not going to do it. We're not going to do what the Problem Gambling Foundation is pleading with us to do because we don't want to do the consultation work. I'm not withdrawing that.
Okay, I'm going to thank you, Councillor Laurie. I'm going to move on to Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Start, Councillor O'Neill-Stevens. I'd like you to remind you all that you're speaking to a recommendation on the table which talks about harm minimisation. And I've heard two people speak against the recommendation and implied that this council isn't giving regard to harm minimisation. But what we've heard from the staff is that we are achieving the goals of a sinking lid policy through our existing policy. So I think it's really important that you do not misrepresent the existing policy and make out that it is pro-gambling or pro-opening new venues. So Councillor O'Neill-Stevens, if you start to talk along the same lines of the other two people speaking against, I will point of order you.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I did not say that the existing policy is pro. I absolutely did not say. I did not say that it is pro new venues. What I did say is it keeps the door open for new venues. It makes new venues possible.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Are you going to uphold my point of order?
No, I'm not going to uphold your point of order. Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be speaking against this resolution on two fronts. The first is that despite clause 3 highlighting that it is the barrier to the opening of new venues, under this policy, multiple new venues could open and Nelson City Council would have no ability to do anything about it, provided they met what's in this policy. This policy does leave the door open. And I think that as long as there is the possibility for new venues opening in Nelson, our policy isn't as strict as it needs to be. I also am speaking against it on the basis of the efficacy of the resolutions and even the precedent that it sets with Resolution 5, basically directing what should come up to a future council. I personally don't think that that's a line of action that we should be taking, and I also don't think that it's a line of action that is really action. It does very little. As we've seen, the last council didn't direct what was going to come up in this report, and obviously the sinking lid's still in there. It's, in my view, that you could take Resolution 5 out and nothing would change in this recommendation, because at the end of the day, we don't know who will be here in 3 years. We don't know if any of us will be here. All we have is what we can do now. And I'm disappointed to see that we haven't done that. And so I will not be supporting this proposal.
Thank you, Rohan. I'm going to hear from Mayor Rachel.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I've just got a question first. Are you willing to take the motion in parts?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You've asked.
All right, thank you. In that case, I will speak in support of clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6, but I'm going to speak against clause 5. I think my reasons for speaking for the other clauses were made very clear in the previous debate. My reason for speaking against clause 5 is that the evidence that you have heard, and the officers have walked you through this, is that the chances of you achieving the outcome you're trying to get to, which is really reducing gambling harm, is unlikely to be achieved through clause 5 with the current policy that we've got. You've heard actually in instances of harm increasing in areas where there's a sinking lid, and so we've got that coming through. It's an absolute, on the basis of what you know, if that's your method of addressing gambling harm, then I'd have to say to you as elected members, and you really have, in my personal view, your energy focused in the wrong areas. And I would say also to the Ministry of Health representatives and the government representatives and advisors, and they've got their focus in the wrong direction as well, expecting local government yet again to try and address matters through policies that are totally inadequate for the issues that we're talking about. This should be fixed at a central government level with a full review of gambling in New Zealand and the impact of harm. There are ministers who have the power to actually achieve the outcomes that are needed, not piecemeal little bits and pieces through SCPs on the evidence that you've had to say, actually, you could bring this in, but will you see any difference? Well, probably not. You had a youth councillor today who said to us, actually, here is a way that you could make greater progress. He's talked to us about the mandatory loss limit and said, well, isn't that a good idea? Do we have that in New Zealand? They're the sorts of things. Actually, if we wanted to make a difference, that's where we should be advocating. And I just look at this today and say, I can't support that, because actually I don't think it will, on the evidence that I have for Nelson, see it making any meaningful difference to the issue that you're talking about. So my preference is, as a council, that we do things that will really make a difference. And that means making some changes at a central government level. What we do with what is there, and I just want to acknowledge that, is that for many of you, you've acknowledged your interests about the organisations that receive gaming money in our city. There are many and varied, and without that funding, they struggle to survive, as many of you have talked about. Do I think that's a reason? Do you think I think that's the best way to fund them? Absolutely not. There is a much bigger debate to be had, and we could be far more influential on actually addressing harm in our community from gambling by advocating at the right end and trying to get those changes. Because genuinely, I don't think this will make any difference whatsoever. So I'm happy to support the others, but not 5.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Rachel. I think I've had 3 speaking for, and possibly 4 speaking for and 3 against. So I'm going to call for a division. I'm going to just have my right of reply very briefly. I actually think we set direction for future councils all the time. We do that through our 10-year long-term plan. We did that in our last term of council. We set the smoke-free policy direction, which will be reviewed by this term. So we're constantly setting direction to staff to work up a piece of work which could come to a subsequent council. Of course, that council has the opportunity to revoke or change the direction at that point in time. But it's really helpful for the staff to have had that governance direction set. I understand that the way we set out our gambling policy is really restricted by the law, and this is the best we can do. And I do agree that having a sinking lid completely closes the door. So, however, I do also believe that our current policy has closed the door for a decade in terms of not allowing any new venues to open. So you might call this tokenism in terms of allowing a sinking lid direction to come in at a later date, because it'll still achieve the same outcome as what we are achieving right now. That was one of the successes of the previous policy, was the 100-metre rule from the ATMs was working really well. We then decreased the number of vending machines from 9 down to 5. Now that there was a lot of opposition to that, and actually when we went through the last consultation process, we did not hear from many people within the problem gambling community. They were tired, they were worn out, and they had already gone through a review with us in 2012. So to expect them to come back in 2021 and go through this process again, particularly as we're living in a COVID world at the moment, I think is unfair. It's a massive amount of work to prepare a submission and to give a line of argument in terms of a sinking lid when you end up with a massive lobby group opposing that. So I'm comfortable with all of the parts of the recommendation. I think it is important that we set that direction for the staff now, and the community are reassured that that piece of work is going to happen, and 3 years goes by pretty fast. So calling for a division, Claire, I think you need to do that again.
So, Madam Chair, the proposal was that we share what the recommendations are, and that you're moving it in parts, and then we can take the division on each of those parts. So the first part is from 1 through to 4.
Yeah.
So parts 1 through to 4, Councillor Bowater.
Best again. Aye.
Councillor Brand.
Aye.
Councillor Courtney.
Aye.
Councillor Laurie.
No.
Sorry, Councillor Fulton.
Aye.
Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
No.
Councillor McGurk.
Aye.
Councillor Noonan.
Sorry, my computer just shut down right where I needed. Yes.
And Councillor Rainey has gone. Councillor Sanson,
No.
Councillor Skinner, oh, absent, and Her Worship the Mayor.
Aye.
3 against, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4. So over to you, Chair.
Oh, that motion is carried. Thank you.
I stepped on toes before, so apologies.
No, that's absolutely fine. So now we are doing a division on item number on clause 5. Is that right? Well done, Claire.
Right. So item 5, we will do a division, and just as the GAs pull that up.
Can I see the resolution again, please? It just was on there for a second and went away. Recommendation, sorry.
We're taking Robin a little bit of time. Thank you, Robin. Councillor Bowater.
Aye.
Councillor Brand.
Against.
Councillor Courtney.
Against.
Councillor Fulton.
Aye.
Councillor Laurie.
Aye.
Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
Aye.
Councillor McGurk.
Aye.
Councillor Noonan.
I've had to step away, so I think I better abstain on this one because I don't know what it is we're doing.
Councillor Sanson.
Aye.
And Her Worship the Mayor.
Against.
And I'm just confirming neither Councillor Rainey or Skinner are here, so they'll be marked as absent. So that's 6, 4, and 3 against, and 1 abstain.
So the motion's carried, or the clause is carried. Thank you, Claire. The last clause is number 6.
Sorry, Robin, the 6 seems to have dropped off. Oh, thank you. So did everybody have the opportunity to read that? Councillor Noonan, no?
I can read it out loud. It says it determines that it is not appropriate to carry out consultation or either any further engagement on the decision to retain the current gambling venue policy without change. So effectively that's just saying that we've made a decision to retain the existing policy at this point in time.
Thank you for that clarification. That helps.
So Councillor Bowater.
Aye.
Councillor Brand.
Aye.
Councillor Courtney.
Aye.
Councillor Fulton.
Aye.
Councillor Laurie.
No.
Councillor O'Neill-Stevens.
No.
Councillor McGurk.
Aye.
Councillor Noonan.
Aye.
Councillor Sanson.
No.
And Her Worship the Mayor.
Aye.
So 7, 4.
And 3 against. The motion is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. So that is the end of a very long item on the agenda. I think we'll take a break for lunch. My phone's about to go flat, so I need to charge that up as well. Probably an hour. Is that good for everyone? If we meet back at 1 p.m. Okay, thanks a lot. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. All right, bye.
Governance advisors, is someone still there?
Yes.
Hi, so just apologies from me.
We are still live streaming, so you can be heard, Rachel.
That's fine. I've got a meeting at 1 p.m. So
okay.
Unfortunately, I think did Councillor Fulton say we're coming back at 1 p.m?
Yes, she did.
Yeah. So apologies from me.
Sure.
Then thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for all your work this morning. Bye.
Okay, bye.
I'm just playing sideways. Okay. Can everyone hear me? Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry, my Zoom had dropped out, so I had to restart it again. I hope you all had a nice lunch break. And we're going to move on to item number 7 on the agenda, which is Maxine. So it's page 30 to 48 of our agenda, and I'm just going to welcome Maxine to speak briefly to her report.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, my report's seeking retrospective approval for the submission to the Select Committee on the Natural and Built Environment Act, the exposure draft. So this is a very early version of the legislation that's intended to replace the Resource Management Act, and is really only part of the piece of the puzzle for the suite of legislation that's going to come through. It's a very early version of the legislation and contains lots of sort of gaps and parts that have not been completed. So the submission that we made was at a relatively high level and raised some of the issues and concerns that we could see within it. Unfortunately, there was a very short time frame for the production of that submission, and it occurred at the sort of recess time that the council had through July. So that meant that we've really had to come back to you to seek approval for it. I have got programmed at the 28th of September a workshop with councillors to take you through in a bit more detail what the nature and sort of scope of the exposure draft sets out, and that will perhaps help inform you a little bit more about where the government is intending on taking this. I do think it's fair to say that our submission raised many of the same submission points that other councils and other organisations have made, that there isn't really sufficient detail for us to make a meaningful kind of contribution to this exposure draft, and that there are concerns that the outcomes in the draft are quite different to the outcomes that are being sought through the Randerson report, which is the heart that made the recommendations about what needed to change. So I think there could be a number of changes yet to come to the exposure draft, and we will have a further opportunity to make submissions once there is a formal bill proposed to the House. Claire and I, on behalf of the Mayor, presented the submission to the Select Committee last week, and we had a couple of questions, and one of them was in relation to a point we raised around questions we'd put to the Select Committee about representation on planning committees. And we raised questions in our submission, and again, these same questions have been raised by a number of parties as to what the role of local representatives are. We can come back and provide a bit of supplementary information if we'd like to. If in the course of this conversation we'd like to sort of add anything, then we were invited to provide a little bit more feedback if we'd like. And that was really about, at the moment, the planning committee membership does not necessarily require a representative from the council's elected members. It really requires a representative from the council, and that's all. And there is really not a lot of clarity on how representatives provide input into the development of the plans at all. And also very little clarity on how local communities are expected to be involved. And so I think if there's particular views on that, then it would be useful to hear those and perhaps feed them back. So I'll leave it there. If there's any other questions, please. Sorry.
Thank you, Maxine. Do I have questions? Can't see any hands up.
Councillor Courtney and Glenys Payne.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Courtney and then Glenys. So Mel first.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Maxine, for your presentation. How on earth did you manage to make a submission as you did on our behalf. Thank you for doing it. But it seems to me as though they went out far too early with this material. What is the rush as far as government is concerned? Why the urgency with this particular one, do you think? This piece of legislation, natural and built environment.
I won't say too much, but I think it's this term of government is seeking to make changes, and they want to do it in this term of government. That's probably what's particularly seemingly driving the timeframes, along with perhaps, they may also be feeling the urgency of the need for change to actually be pushed through rather than drawn out.
Yes, but that's when errors occur, don't they? When you have a hodgepodge of an exposure draft bill. Is that a new term? I haven't heard that before, but it might be commonplace to you. But an exposure draft.
No, it is new.
That is new. Yes. Okay. Well, we'll have to adjust to that as well. So when I saw it, I thought, well, what on earth does that mean? But thank you. Now I know it's new. I'll leave it there. I think you've done well with what you had to work with.
Thanks, Mel. Glenys?
Oh, thanks, Kate. A few questions, more observations. Is this the correct time in the meeting to make those now?
Yeah, if you'd like to make them, that's fine.
Okay.
Thanks,
So, Maxine, I agree with your first line in the submission about there isn't sufficient detail in this draft to really, make any meaningful comment. I don't disagree with anything that you've got in the draft. However, I was a wee bit disappointed in that maybe we could have explored some of the treaty issues a bit more. When I look at the draft, and I think for me it was keen to make sure we didn't lose any of the gains that we gained through Māori have gained through the RMA. So when we look at, say, the treaty clause that's been changed and Section 6C that have been removed, and the language that were used in those clauses, and specifically Māori. And I noticed, right, Māori is only used once in the draft, and I know it's early days and everything is about iwi and hapu, and I wonder how that's going to work. The other observation I made for the treaty clause was that it talked about the person and corporates and uncorporates, so that's a person. So is that person the other half of the partnership? That's how I was reading that. And if that's the case, if that person is not the Crown, how does that work? And I'll leave that with you because I don't know how that's going to work, but I just thought that's what I saw. The other thing is about there was no guidance on how you're going to give effect to the principles. And that's, I think, is really important in any legislation going forward. But then when we look at some of the clauses that, in my mind, are replacing 6C, and we've got the words iwi and hapu, again, I asked, how does that work? And what actually does must promote mean? And I see you've got it in your submission, right through your submission, talking about the definition for the language, the different languages that is being used, and is there a hierarchy in that language? And that's not explicit in the legislation. Agree with your comments about the conflicting, sustainable use and protection, and how does that work? So I'm just doing a bit of a mind dump here, Max. So it's not a criticism, it's just sort of that. How I'm seeing it. So it's mainly the language. Totally I agree with the planning committees, and we all know planners are different people, and and so how is that's a really problematic way they're talking about planning committees, and I do agree that we, not only Māori as an individual, not iwi hapu, and ordinary people are somehow, in my mind, being disenfranchised because I see no part for us all to play. So, you know, when you read Schedule 3, that maybe it's not all about the experts, it's about having some common sense input from the community and individual Māori. I have a few, but I'm doing a bit of a rave here, so I could talk to you about that later.
Thanks, Glenys. I think that's really, really helpful feedback. I think quote of the day is planners are different people. But I think you've probably raised some really helpful comments, and I saw Maxine scribbling them down. Maxine, do you want to respond to anything? It out a little bit more?
Yeah, look, the only thing I'd really say is I think the things that you've raised, Glenys, have been raised in some of the other submissions I've seen as well, certainly around the treaty. I think, you know, given the extremely short time frame we had to prepare that submission, that we really just could not get into all of the detail. And a lot of submissions I saw, and particularly people like Tasman District Council, talked an awful lot about what wasn't in the legislation that perhaps ought to be. And I think it's something that we can certainly explore a bit more when we get the bill through. And if we have the opportunity, it would be good to sort of draw in some of our iwi working group members and try and add a little bit more to it. But we're always quite conscious that we're not trying to speak for any of the, you know, iwi, but we are particularly focused on how that relationship is going to work, and particularly who are our Crown partners and all of that, because, you know, we've got the sort of legal version, and then we've got the on-the-ground practice version, and that needs to actually work in practice for us to be able to produce plans and to get good outcomes.
And I totally agree, and I don't say to speak for, but you are the people that are going to have to enact this legislation, so it's got to be workable. One question I did have, when you talk about the speed for plan making processes. Now, I wasn't clear whether you talked about technical information, the Section 32 and Section 42. And, you know, of them taking a long period of time. What was your thought there? Are you saying that these are no longer needed, or?
Through the chair. No, for me, I think there's just a scale and significance issue that goes through. So, and not all plan making processes perhaps need the full gamut of all of the material that others do. I guess being one of those special planners, have been around long enough to have gone through a number of kind of plan changes, and you know, some of them you really could get through a lot quicker and shorter than others. And I think things that really are significant still require those tests. The Section 32s are the justification. The Section 42 reports are the ones where we respond to any matters that are raised in submissions. So provided that process is still in place, I think it's a really good record and justification for decisions that are made, and certainly are useful for looking back at to justify why particular choices were made.
And thanks, Max. And the final one I've got was about the limits. So, you know, maybe they need to have some timeframes to them. Are they aspirational? Do we have to do them right now? Is it over a period of a decade? Those sorts of things. And actually, how do you judge that limit? Race to the bottom, I think, is one set of words that, you know, if it's below the limit but you're still there. You know what I'm trying to say, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, through the chair, the limits language and framework, I think is actually confusing a lot of people, and it is complex. And so, so either there's going to need to be quite a lot of education around what they intended by limits, or very clear national planning framework and national standards that set those limits. My concern is how workable they will actually be at a local level as opposed to something that's just set at a national level.
Thank you, Maxine. Thank you for your leniency, Kate.
Oh, not at all. That was very helpful. I'm sure Maxine's taken some notes. And Maxine, at the start of the conversation, did you say you'd take on board some of the feedback today and you have a chance to feed that back through the submission process following on from your verbal submission last week?
We put the submission as a pro forma until the council had approved it, and the select committee asked a question around the views of the councillors around the planning committee makeup, and so that is an opportunity for us to provide perhaps a response, and that's some questions that were raised on page 23, section 23. It's about the second to last page of the submissions, which just we were asking the question of the select committee, and they handily sort of fired it back to us, to me, you kind of need to know the whole system of what's being proposed before you can really provide something meaningful back on that. But initial views is probably welcome.
Okay. I've got the Mayor and then Brian speaking next. So questions for a conversation. Feedback's helpful as well, I think.
Hi, Maxine, and thanks very much for presenting the submission. I really appreciated that. Just in terms of did you get any sense, because you would have been there for, I don't know if you were there to hear other submissions, whether there were any common themes that were coming up, particularly around that environmental limits matter we were just discussing? Is that a reasonably consistently held view, or is our submission sort of out of step?
No, through the chair, to me, it's very consistent with certainly what the regional sector are talking about, and was very similar to what Tasman also talked about. Tasman's submission said that environmental limits are actually set all the time through plans, and they are to some extent, but they're talked about in a variety of different ways and using different language, which is where sort of my comment is that there needs to be a bit more common understanding of what limits refers to. You know, are we talking about building limits? Are we talking about daylight standard limits? Are we talking about air quality limits? You know, they're all quite different things, and so it's just a case of being clear what the government's intending in that regard. Are they just talking about biophysical limits that will really impact the kind of regional council functions, or are we talking about limits across all things? And that really comes down to just a lack of clarity at this point.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're entirely in step with all of the submission points that we've put forward.
Great. And so, look, did you get any uptake on our submissions focus on the regional boundaries, existing kind of regional boundaries, and where the plans should lie for Te Tauihu? Did you get any dialogue?
No, they noted it had come up. They'd heard Tasman the week prior. They had Marlborough just after us, and all three councils were really saying they couldn't see the sense of it. Tasman got a few more questions around it than we did, so I think they perhaps sort of teased it out a little bit, and we were really reinforcing that we couldn't necessarily see the benefit from a natural and built environment plan at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Look, Chair, I'm happy to come back and outside of the meeting do a smaller group conversation around how we go back on the planning committees, because I think that requires probably a whiteboard, possibly. Yeah. It's more of it's not probably. I don't think we could craft that during the meeting, but thanks, Maxine. Really happy to provide some more feedback on that element.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. Thank you, Rachel. Brian.
Yeah, I think Glenys and the Mayor sort of covered off a couple of things I was interested in. What was do you get a sense at the select committee about the planning committees about in terms of the size? Because I understand it's what MFE, DOC have got a representative, but that local representative, do you get a feel for?
Sorry.
Do you get a feel for a direction or favouring one
No, through the chair, no, sorry, they didn't really, they didn't indicate any way in which they were sort of thinking on that.
Yeah, sort of agree with me. I think that requires a lot more, probably a lot more thought about, from certainly our perspective, how we get that local voice in and perhaps the iwi voice or Harbour voice in as well. Okay, the other one is the transitional provisions. I see we've sort of put in for 10 years transitional provisions. Any feedback from Select Committee?
No, again, they didn't really talk about that at all. They were really there in mostly a listening capacity, and they asked a couple of questions, but it wasn't extensive questioning or discussion at the time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think the mayor's talked about, that paragraph, I think 5.5, the report about the regional approach. Again, no indication. Hurry up and wait.
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, it's really problematic not understanding how long the life of a plan will be, particularly for us here at Nelson, trying to prepare our Nelson plan at the moment. How much time do we invest in it now versus how long it'll have. It's a useful document in the community. And also some of the transitional arrangements around other provisions such as streamlined planning and things, still no indication about the availability of those going forward.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks. I'm happy to move the recommendation if you like, Kate, to keep things moving.
Thanks, Brian. I can second. And I can't see any more questions, conversation, debate. Does anyone want to debate this item? We're running quite late in the day, so I can't see any hands up, in which case I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour, if you just raise your hands. Thanks, Trudy. Rohan, I can't see your hand up. Hopefully the GAs have counted, because I can't see everyone's hand, sorry. Anyone against? I'm assuming it's been carried. I should have maybe got you to speak, but then everyone's on mute. Thank you very much, everyone. So that's carried. We're going to move on to the next item in the agenda, which is item number 8. And Claire's going to introduce this as the Environmental Activity Management Plan, pages 49 to 98. We've already seen a draft, and there's been some changes to it which are highlighted in yellow. So Claire, I'll let you introduce that and highlight any parts of it that you would like to highlight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, I'd just like to say that the lack of pages on our AMP does not denote the quality of what's in it. So we've kept it lean, we've focused on the issues and outcomes that the council are after. And having reflected on the commentary that we got back through feedback on the LTP, we're proposing a few changes, and I'm just going to very briefly summarise what they are. They're identified on page 50. So we've talked about blue carbon, we've talked about freshwater accounting and reporting, particularly around ecosystem health. We've talked about climate change in the city centre and greening of our city centre. And then there are a number of additions around Tita Iwi, around utilising 30,000 for cultural health monitoring, having a process around resource consents with iwi, and also partnering around Te Mana o Te Wai. We've identified the housing focus that the council has, and also we've removed waste minimisation from the circle that we have of all of our programs, because waste minimisation now sits with infrastructure. And the other thing I just very briefly want to touch on was there were questions raised about a potential level of service for freshwater. And I recall the initial conversation we had about this, I had some qualms because freshwater, depending on the particular river, you've got different contaminants that are at issue, and coming up with one level of service was fraught. So I reached out to my regional sector colleagues, and they all expressed the same concerns that I had initially raised. A couple of them have talked about freshwater accounting as a level of service, but we're identifying that as a program of work. And what I'm saying is that our reporting through Land and Water Aotearoa, as well as our state of environment reporting that we do, is the more robust measure of how we're performing in terms of freshwater. So I'm not proposing one specific level of service for freshwater. And now I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Thank you so much, Claire. That was very clear and a very clear report as well in terms of the changes you've made following feedback from councillors. So do I have any questions? Now, Councillor Courtney.
Yes, thanks, Kate. Claire, you had, and I just can't find them quickly enough now on the iPad, but you had in several cases, you mentioned insufficient funding for a couple of activities. And it leads me to a question that when I find them, that you'll be coming back for.
Councillor Courtney, you've just gone on mute.
Sorry. There are a couple of items in the report that sort of clearly indicated that there was insufficient funding to further the work through the 10 years. And I'm just trying to find those.
I may be able to assist.
Page 93, for example, significant change to current work programs will need to be developed, implement biodiversity monitoring, and so you go on. But you then draw attention to the fact that there isn't sufficient funding in the long-term plan to undertake at least a couple of activities I saw there. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, so through the chair, what we're identifying there, Councillor Courtney, is that in some instances we're unclear where the government might head in particular programs of work, which then will influence us. And we're also signalling, there's another mention elsewhere in the report about our work with iwi on Te Mana o Te Wai, and depending on, again, on where things land with government changes, etc. in that space, it may be that we may need to come back. But that's not, we can't do that right now because we don't know what those programs fully look like.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I'm sorry I can't find the couple, but they were clearly there that caught my attention. Something I saw there, partnerships too with multiple local authorities. Is that what you're planning to do? I know we have a good, strong partnership with TDC with regard to growth planning and pest management and biodiversity management. But where else are you going to look for this wider partnership with multiple local authorities? What have you got in mind there?
So through the chair, I don't know if it was just local authorities. It was much wider than that in terms of partnerships from memory. We certainly do have a lot of relationship and partnership with TDC. We also are doing that with Marlborough District Council, particularly in the biodiversity space, to make sure that we're managing our biodiversity across the boundaries. We work with DOC. We work across a number of other agencies, and increasingly, for example, in the housing space, that's Kāinga Ora and others. So we look for every opportunity that we possibly can to ensure that we work with other agencies.
Thanks for that. Have you got any progress reports for us on the Mahatahi development, the Kaka Valley development? Have they come back with their submissions, their application for a review, for a change in the zoning there?
So through Madam Chair, the further information has been received, and that's now up on the council's website, and there will be an item that will be reported to council on the 23rd of September meeting.
So they more or less have resubmitted. You know how they withdrew? They withdrew at one point to give further consideration to their application. for a private scheme change. I just wondered, you know, it's back in the system again now. That's what the thrust of the question was.
So through you, Madam Chair, it's not specifically in the AMP, but in terms of the process, they haven't withdrawn. They simply were having a hiatus to respond in terms of the further information, and that's now been provided.
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Mel. Do we have any other questions? No. Any? Sorry, Councillor McGurk. Sorry, Brian.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for you, Chair. Claire, just with the significant natural areas, that's still proceeding as per the plan, I suppose. The activity management plan. There's no changes there.
No, so through the chair, we've got two streams of work that go on in the SNA program. One is through the science team in terms of working with owners of those significant natural areas, and the other is in terms of the planning framework that will be developed around those.
Yeah, just trying to find it through the, I had a note of it, but I can't find it. Okay, so we're just still proceeding as per the plan. Okay.
That's it, Brian?
If you like, I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Okay.
I'll
I'm
second
happy.
it.
Okay,
Aye.
seconded by Councillor Courtney. That sounds great. I had one question, but I can't find it. If we just pause for a second. Claire, so I can't find the page number. So the question is, one of your activities is to plant more trees, biodiversity restoration and planting of more trees. Is the intention to link that into climate change emissions reduction? So you're sequestering carbon through planting more trees. So how will you link those two together in terms of measuring that climate change reduction? And that kind of links to the previous report of Maxine's, where it's clear that the government expects us to sequester carbon through the planting of trees.
So through the chair, we can certainly record the number of trees that we're planting so that we can work out what that might look like for carbon reduction.
Yeah, okay. I just feel like that's a very important piece of the work. It's page 77, one of the bullet points says delivering large, it actually says delivering large scale. So there's a typo there, delivering large scale native planting and biodiversity restoration projects, linking that into climate change, sequestering carbon is probably quite key. I don't think the words need to be changed. It's just important that that intention is developed. I guess the bullet point underneath sort of says that responding to the national directions on climate change. So, okay. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to say? Any debate? No, in which case I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, if you want to raise your hands. Anyone against? The motion is carried, I hope. Thank you so much, Claire. It's a great piece of work, and like you said, it's streamlined, and but there's a lot of detail there, and I think we've covered everything. So well done on getting the amendments in there, and very clear report. So moving on to item number 9. And Claire, we have Jane as the author on that, the quarterly report, but Claire, are you going to introduce it?
Yes, I am. So thank you, Madam Chair. And I am conscious of the time that we have available to get through this. So I'm going to take charge, and I will provide the brief overview of it, and then we can take any particular questions that you might have. So first of all, we're going to do 2 very brief PowerPoint presentations to show what the fabulous team has done over the year for both environmental management and climate change. And I have to say, we do have a fabulous team that work incredibly hard, and I acknowledge those that are on the Zoom in terms of the team, but also my wider team as well. So if I can, Robin, are you able to please put up the first PowerPoint, and then I will have the second one that Nikki or Daniela can speak to. So hopefully this works. Nicole has done an amazing job on trying to make this flash thing happen. I don't know whether it's quite as flash in terms of downloading. It's supposed to link in and go zooming through. So building. Building is the first activity that I just want to focus on. And what we found is that we have had a 32% increase in terms of the number of inspections that we have taken over the last year. And the value of the works has risen as well significantly. We are also in the process of receiving our IONS accreditation, and fabulous building team worked very, very hard on that. And we also got comment from those that came in to review us that we were one of the best in the country. And we have also established a new building compliance team that undertake our TA functions, and that's moving us forward significantly in terms of being able to make sure our compliance is well underway and on track. So if I can now move to the next slide, please, Robin. It's going to do funny things, isn't it? It's supposed to be able to just zoom into the next one. Great, so city development is the next one. Targeted community pre-engagement, you all know about that. Lots and lots of meetings, really good response, and we're hoping for even more response through the formal process that's now underway. And also we have sought feedback on the DC's contributions, which has made a significant change in terms of the policy, particularly for the city centre, where we've now got a DC's waiver for HUDs within the city centre. So well done. And we're going to focus now on the planning team. So the team have worked very hard, and I have to just say and reflect on what Maxine has said, the changes to the RMA are providing some uncertainty for the team, but I know that the work that they have done is strong and will endure. So wherever we end up, the work is definitely there and will continue in some form or another. So lots of engagement, particularly around hazards, and coastal DAP processes is continuing as well. So thank you to the planning team. Resource consents and compliance. So we've had an 11% increase in application numbers and a 12% increase in the decisions that have been granted compared to the previous year. On average, we've got 94% of non-notified consents issued on time compared to a 5-year average of 92. And I would just acknowledge there that that team has been hit significantly by loss of personnel and difficulty with recruitment, particularly for experienced planners, which has been very, very difficult. And the science and environment team, very hard to capture all the work they do on one PowerPoint slide, but sorry, Robin, I've moved on too quickly, haven't I? What I would just note there is that we have, in terms of our partnerships and funding, particularly for Jobs for Nature, the team are doing amazing work. Look at the number of trees that have been planted on that slide, the number of trapping, community trapping projects that we've got underway, those that are employed through the Jobs for Nature work. And let's not also forget our biosecurity work. So there's an awful lot that goes on in both the land and the coastal space around biosecurity. So again, thank you to that team. I also highlight the 336,000 that has been awarded environmental grants to individuals and community groups to do plantings, fencing, trapping, making sure that we're actually maintaining our biodiversity outcomes in this city. And you know what, we've got a wonderful city, and the group has done an amazing job both in the natural and built area to make sure that we're delivering on the outcomes the council are after. So thank you guys, very much appreciate it. And I'm going to now pass on to Nikki or Daniela to talk about climate change.
Thanks, Claire, and thanks, Robin. There's the one slide. I know you are very tight for time, so I will be very quick. But I did just want to say that this has been such an exciting year in Council for what we've done with climate change. And personally, I'm really proud of the way Council, in developing this first long-term plan since it declared the climate emergency, has really delivered on that. There's so much in this plan, so much happening, and that climate change lens that we put across everything, that's not just happening at the decision-making table. I am seeing it at meetings at every level throughout the council, and staff are really taking that on. So it's an exciting time to be working in climate change, and we are just recruiting now for a climate change manager, and where we will get to will be a team of 3 with a manager and an adaptation analyst and a mitigation person as well. I did just want to, hopefully most of these are self-explanatory, but I did want to just draw attention to that last bullet point too, the working with the community groups, because obviously if we're going to get to carbon zero, it's the community who are going to get us there through their actions, and we really need them on board. And so working with those groups like the Climate Forum and Businesses for Climate Action, they have the ability to mobilise people to take action. And so Council is giving them a significant funding, but we are trying to work with them in all sorts of other ways to just try and amplify their work and support them. So, for example, we've developed a collaborative funding application with Businesses for Climate Action to try and help them get more businesses measuring their carbon footprint. And you'll see that top photo there is of a repair cafe that the Climate Forum organised. So we did a video of that, which was for our social media, but now they can use it on their website and through their network and to promote their work. So we're looking for other ways that we can support them and get their message out there. So this is just a small number of the things that are underway on climate change, but Council certainly has a big commitment in that long-term plan, and there are a lot of things that are going to be happening over the next 10 years that will see us achieving our targets. Thank you.
Thanks, Nikki. Thanks, Claire. Those were awesome, very brief updates, but great to end the meeting with some good news stories. So it's always nice to share the positive stuff that's happening. Do we have any questions? I have one question for Claire, and it might relate to Nikki as well. So in terms of the building and climate change, so building sustainably, looking at the embodied carbon and in building materials and how we improve energy efficiency. At a previous meeting, we agreed that you were going to begin a piece of work on that. I'm just wondering how that's progressing, Claire.
So through you, Madam Chair, yes, we have, but I also would like to signal, and I think Jane's on this Zoom, Jane is leaving us tomorrow. So in terms of progressing it, there's going to be a little bit of a stall on it until I'm able to replace Jane. So it's underway, but there's more to do. Okay, maybe is it possible for Jane to give us a real brief update, and we can maybe say farewell her? I don't know if that's catching her too unaware.
Hi, whoops. Start video. Yes, so yeah, I've done a bit of a search around all the other councils to see what they're doing. The slight problem associated with, of course, just buildings is the fact that the Building Act kind of like stops you from doing things outside the building code and the Building Act. So you really have to look at incentivising. So that's basically through plan changes, and Christchurch City Council, interestingly enough, for their sustainability fund, actually allow for all sorts of weird and wonderful things for to increase sustainable and green buildings. So it wasn't just like planting trees, their sustainability fund. So they're looking at all sorts of things to actually just basically increase and improve the housing stock. But of course, with the earthquake, they are slightly ahead of the ball game. So yeah, so there's yes, and I'll be handing that to Claire tomorrow. Yes.
Okay, great. I guess as well around education, other councils perhaps have pamphlets or leaflets talking about how we can raise the bar much higher than, I mean, the building code's often been looked at as a high level of standard, but actually it's the baseline, and that goes back to what Maxine's talking about. We've always seen the building code and should be sufficient, but actually we should be building far more efficiently.
Well above the building code, absolutely. Yeah. And there are a lot of information pages out there associated with that. And Kayanga Ora as well, they're definitely ahead of the ball game and sort of like incentivising, well, being the developer themselves to ensure that their building stock is far greater than the building code.
Okay. I look forward to that, seeing that piece of work developed more clear. And I'm sorry that you're leaving, Jane. Very disappointing to lose you. You've been a great asset, and I know you've been an amazing support person for Claire as well. So thank you for your contribution to council. You'll be missed. Okay, I have Matt and then Rohan, I think.
Thanks, Kate. Claire, thank you for the presentation. It was really, really great. I do want to ask about the draft climate action plan, because we declared an emergency at Nelson City, I believe it was 2 years and 3 months ago, and we still only have a draft action plan. Any comments as to why it's still a draft after 2 years and 3 months?
Through the chair, so the action plan was coming out of the long-term plan. So obviously you need a long-term plan first, because it's going to put together everything in that 10-year period. So it is, that draft has been all worked up by staff. There are just a few more things that the chair wants us to look at, but because of lockdown, we haven't been able to connect and get that input. So it'll be ready to come back to the next committee.
So when would you expect us to actually be sharing it with the public and making it happen?
So at the latest, it would be at the next Environment and Climate Committee. I would be hoping that's when adoption would happen, and it would go up on the website.
Okay, great. Also, just thinking about the declaration of an emergency, one of the things that came out of that is we said we were going to have a climate champion, someone with that role. Chris Cameron, I think, left in March. And I didn't hear that job title in what was just described to us before. Are we still going to have a climate champion, or what's happening?
So the climate champion was really when we had one individual who was promoting climate change through the organisation. And what we're now going to have, which is fantastic, is 3 people, a team. So we'll have a manager with that status in the organisation, and that's really responding to the requests we're getting from all over the council for help with different climate change pieces of work that are going on. We've really had to step up the resourcing. So it's an advance that we will now have a team rather than one individual.
That sounds good. One of the frustrations some of us had when we had just the champion is there are a number of times that we thought we should have been hearing from that person in our decision-making processes, and we didn't see them at the table, or they weren't in the room. Will we get more input from staff in terms of climate stuff when we're making decisions as a result of this?
Yes, I think with a team of 3, we'll just be able to do that much more. I have to say that having one person, they were pulled very thinly because there's just so many areas that they needed to cover. So we're really, with that increase in resource, we ought to be able to be much more responsive.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Matt. I had Rohan. Rohan, have you still got some questions, or have you taken your hand down?
I've taken my hand down.
No questions. I have a question from Mayor Rachel.
Oh, thanks, Kate. Look, it was just really some feedback to say. Really, thank you to Claire and Nikki and all the teams for that. What you've shown us today. It's really great to see and lovely visuals. So thank you. I know we're desperately short of time, which is frustrating because there's so much more we've still got to do in this committee meeting. I just wanted to sort of pick up on the messaging, just a little correction around the declaration. Climate declaration didn't include anything about a climate champion. The thing it actually had was the importance of making sure all council's plans, policies and work programs look at, were embedded, the climate change was embedded throughout the whole thing. So I'm really impressed, Nikki, with what I've seen come through for the climate action plan. So those are all actions now that are happening. So they're all, they're all going to be happening. So getting them together just so that we can see them in a simple way is great. And if we can get it done in time, we'll see how we go. We might bring that straight up to council, but we'll see how we go. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. I'm going to move the recommendation. If there's any other questions or debate, please raise your hand now, or feedback. I'm relying on Claire to look for hands up because I can't see them on my phone. No hands up that I'm aware of. Okay, in which case I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour, raise your hand. Oh, Brian, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, just saying, put my hand up, but
Oh, you're just putting your hand up to say aye. Okay, great. All right. All those in favour.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor,
Kate.
Madam Chair, you need a seconder.
Yes, can I second that?
Oh, yes. Sorry, Councillor Courtney, second. I'm sorry, I missed the seconding. Okay, so moved by myself, seconded by Mel. All those in favour? Anyone against? The motion is carried. And that is the end of the agenda, and we've got 5 minutes to spare. So well done, everyone. Claire, that was an excellent synopsis of the quarterly report. Really, really clear to us all of what your team have been up to, and I know how hard everyone is working, particularly probably working even harder because of COVID, and it really does have a huge effect on our ability to come together and connect and have the conversations we would normally be having. The 5-minute coffee conversations or the 5-minute in passing conversations where people get clarification. Emails and texts and phone calls sometimes just don't quite do it for us. So I'm really looking forward to seeing everyone back in the council and in the chamber. I think we will increasingly appreciate warm bodies and smiling faces and the ability to connect in person, having gone through 2 of these lockdowns. So I think we're going to finish with a karakia, and I haven't got one in front of me. So is there someone else who'd like to give a karakia? Or Rachel, would you like to finish with a karakia? Mayor Rachel.
Absolutely, you can see me scrambling around there. I just
Sorry,
got off
I should have had one. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I can do one. That's fine. I just need to have my little prompt. I've nearly got it off by heart, but
yeah,
I'll do it in a second. Just a second.
Thank you.
That's okay. All right, we'll close with karakia. Thank you very much. We'll do this quickly. Wasn't expecting to be here till 2 o'clock, but here we go. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai au tau tātou ariki a ihu karaite me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinia na tahitanga, ki te wairoa tapu, aki, āmene. Kia ora, nice to see you all.
Glenys, next time I'll ask you.
Yeah, I know, it's all right.
I forgot you were there. It would have been lovely.
Thank you.